Chapter 279. The Guqin music reverberated in the void. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu watched from the crowd. Compared to the others who were amazed, their expressions were much calmer. To Chu Kuangren, these two women were only average at best. They were far from being worthy of his praise. As for Lan Yu, ever since she heard Chu Kuangren's Guqin music, no other Guqin music in this world could enter her ears. The Guqin duel gradually came to an end. A loud clang could be heard. Jing Yan's Guqin music instantly became extremely high-pitched. Guqin music rained down on Lady Snowflake like a torrential downpour. Gradually, Lady Snowflake's Guqin music seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. With a loud clang, the Guqin string broke. The zither music that resounded throughout heaven and earth stopped in an instant. Lady Snowflake looked at the broken Guqin in front of her with a shocked expression. She had lost. How could this be? Lady Snowflake felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. She had been cultivating Guqin Dao for so many years. Even some of the elders in the sect could not compare to her. This was the first time she had lost to someone of the same age. According to the agreement, this Guqin of yours is mine now. Jing Yan walked up to Lady Snowflake and looked at her arrogantly before she took the Guqin away. Lady Snowflake's expression became even more desolate when she saw that. Snowflake, don't be sad. It's just a Guqin. I'll get someone to find you a better one when we get back. At that moment, a man suddenly walked up to Lady Snowflake and comforted her. Lady Snowflake took 2 steps back and said, "Thank you, Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan. However, the Heaven Cord sect has a professional Guqin craftsman. You don't have to trouble yourself with finding a Guqin." "Is that so?" Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. He had wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Lady Snowflake. He had fallen in love with this woman since the first time he saw her. As a bachelor sage of the Overlord clan, he even disregarded his identity to please her. However, she had always been lukewarm towards him. I didn't expect the bachelor sage of the Overlord clan to be such a sentimental person. It's a pity that the love is reciprocated. Jing Yan sneered and was about to leave. Sigh, the delicious food is gone. Godly Phoenix Xiao Hong could not help but sigh when she saw that Jing Yan was about to leave with the fire spirit crystal. However, to the others, it sounded like chattering. Mian Yan, who was about to leave, heard the voice and looked towards the source of the voice. When she saw Lil Red on Chu Kuangren's shoulder, her eyes lit up and she strode towards it. "I want your bird. Give me a price." Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren could not help but fall silent. The surrounding men also had a strange look on their faces. However, Jing Yan did not think too much about it. She kept staring at Lil Red with an indescribable fondness in her eyes. She had seen images of the divine phoenix in ancient books, and the little bird in front of her was actually 70 to 80% similar to the legendary divine phoenix. Of course, she did not think that this was the divine phoenix. After all, it was a divine beast. How could she encounter it so coincidentally? She just felt that since this little bird looked so similar to the godly phoenix, it would not be a bad idea to buy it as a mascot. "Sorry, I'm not selling this bird," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. 100,000 upper spiritual stones. Jing Yan said. She thought that using 100,000 upper spiritual stones to buy a little bird was already a great deal for Chu Kuangren. Not only her, but everyone around her thought the same as well. They looked at Chu Kuangren enviously. 100,000 upper spiritual stones for a bird? That was like a free lunch from the heavens. When Lil Red heard what Jing Yan said, it started to chirp at Chu Kuangren on his shoulder. "Are you kidding me? You're buying a godly phoenix with 100,000 upper spiritual stones? B** Tsich, hurry up and leave." I'm not selling. I'll never leave you, brother." However, that scolding made her even cuter to Jing Yan. "It's more fun to play with such an energetic bird. How about this? I'll give you another 100,000 upper spiritual stones." Jing Yan said like a tycoon. As a noble lady of the Sky Emperor Palace, she did not lack those upper spiritual stones. "I won't be selling this bird, but it's not like there's no way for you to keep it." Chu Kuangren smiled. "What way?" You and I have a musical duel. If you win, the bird is yours. If you lose, I want your fire spirit crystal, Chu Kuangren said. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Even Lady Snowflake, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. This Taoist brother wants to have a musical duel with Jingyan? He doesn't know what's good for him. Even you, Lady Snowflake, are no match for Jingyan, let alone this kid who came out of nowhere. Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan sneered from the side. Most of the people present had the same thought as him. In the Firmament Star, the Heaven Chord sect was the best at musical Dao. Even Lady Snowflake from the Heaven Chord sect had lost to Jingyan. How could this guy who came out of nowhere beat her in musical Dao? The crowd did not believe it. This kid probably knows a thing or two, but it's too bad that he's up against a musical Dao cultivator like Jingyan. He can only lose. Tis TSK, he really doesn't know his place. Let's see how he loses. Jingyan looked at Chu Kuangren in amusement. Even if you want to give me this bird for free, you don't have to do this. I'll give a try. Chu Kuangren did not care about the doubts of the crowd. He leaped and landed on top of a tall building. Jingyan came before him and took out her guqin. I'll let you go first, Jingyan said. No, I advise you to go first. Otherwise, there's a high chance that you won't get another chance, Chu Kuangren said sincerely. How arrogant. I'll let you go first, so I'll let you go first. Jingyan frowned and was a little displeased. The others also thought that Chu Kuangren was too good at pretending. The more arrogant he is, the more awkward it'll be when he loses later. That's right. Chu Kuangren turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He took out his lingering melody. As soon as lingering melody was played, Lady Snowflake's eyes lit up and she could not help but exclaim, "What a nice guqin!" Lady Snowflake likes this guqin. Whether it's the material or the craftsmanship, this is a top-notch piece of art. It's even better than the one I had before. Sage Chang Yuan fell in a deep thought when he heard that. Since you want me to go first, I won't hold back then. Chu Kuangren placed the guqin on his knees and plucked it with all 10 fingers. The moment the guqin music rang out, Jingyan could not help but look shocked. Then, her eyes widened and her face was filled with disbelief. The noisy crowd instantly became incomparably quiet. The guqin music contained a boundless Taoist rhyme as it reverberated. Everyone felt as if their minds were being pulled into that boundless world. This was especially true for Jingyan. She was affected by the Taoist rhyme in the guqin music. She felt as if she was in a boundless world as the boundless Taoist rhyme surged towards her like a tidal wave, making it difficult for her to defend herself. It was too terrifying. This guqin music, this Taoist rhyme was too terrifying. Jingyan raised her trembling hand and tried to play the guqin in her hand to resist Chu Kuangren's guqin music. However, when her fingers landed on the guqin strings, she realized that she could not make a single sound no matter how hard she tried. Her zither Dao had been completely suppressed. How can there be such a guqin Taoist rhyme in this world? Chapter 280. This is impossible. How can such guqin Taoist rhymes exist in this world? Jingyan looked at Chu Kuangren in disbelief. In the face of Chu Kuangren's guqin music, she could not even muster the slightest intention to compete with him. She had lost, completely lost. After playing the tune of Boundless Universe, Chu Kuangren put away his guqin and looked at Jingyan. It's your turn now. Please. Jingyan was on the verge of tears. My turn? My turn? How are you going to compete with me? I've lost. Jingyan took out the fire spirit crystal and tossed it to Chu Kuangren. Then, she asked curiously, May I know which musical Taoist grandmaster you are? I don't specialize in the way of a zither. I just use it to kill time in my spare time. I don't deserve to be called a great grandmaster. Chu Kuangren said calmly after he took the fire spirit crystal. Everyone who had just recovered from the guqin music was dumbfounded when they heard what he said. Even the aloof Lady Snowflake could not help but twitch her lips. The Zither Grandmaster realm that all the cultivators of the Heaven Chord sect dreamed of was actually something that someone else practiced to kill time. Was there any justice in this world? Was there still any humanity left? Since you are unwilling to reveal your name, I will not force you. However, I would like to invite you to my place tonight to play the zither and discuss the Tao. Jing Yin said with a fiery gaze. Was it playing the zither and discussing the Tao? Or was it love? The surrounding male cultivators looked at Chu Kuangren enviously. After all, she was a noble lady of the Sky Emperor Palace. Being invited by her was a dream come true for countless male cultivators. If anything were to happen during this, it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Many people at the scene wished they could replace Chu Kuangren. At that moment, Lady Snowflake, who was standing not too far away, walked over and said to Chu Kuangren, "Fellow Taoist, your musical Tao attainments are so high that Snowflake admires you very much. I would like to invite you over to my place for a long chat." Even someone as cold as the fluttering snow fairy could not help but be tempted after witnessing Chu Kuangren's godly musical Tao attainments. Even her master did not have such attainments in the Zither Tao. If she was able to make friends with such an expert and receive a pointer or two from him, it would absolutely be a great benefit to her. The moment Fairy Snowdrift spoke, all the male cultivators present widened their mouths in disbelief. F***CKME. Fairy Snowdrift, where's your coldness? Where's your modesty? Your persona has collapsed. Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan stared at Chu Kuangren with a face full of jealousy. He had chased after Lady Snowflake for so many days, yet she had never treated him differently. Yet now, she was sending out an invitation to a stranger. What a King long talk. First come, first served. I was the one who invited this fellow Taoist first. Jing Yin glanced at Lady Snowflake and said in an unfriendly tone, there are some things that don't matter. Sometimes it depends on fate. Perhaps this fellow Taoist is more willing to discuss the Tao with me. A loser like you dares to compete with me? A sense of shame leads to courage. It is precisely because I lost to you that I should grasp the opportunity to learn from this fellow Taoist and benefit from it. Fairy Fluttering Snow and Jing Yin. These 2 women who were unreachable in the eyes of countless male cultivators were now fighting over a man in the middle of the street. The 2 women were at each other's throats, neither willing to back down. Although they did not fight, everyone could smell the thick smell of gunpowder in the air. At that moment, the crowd was filled with envy and jealousy toward Chu Kuangren. They could not wait to answer on his behalf. Stop fighting. Only children make choices. Adults want both. Let's talk about love together. Oh no, play the Guqin. I thank both of you for your invitation, but we've never met before. I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. In other words, he was saying, I'm sorry, but we don't know each other. Goodbye. Upon hearing his words, the people around him almost went crazy. Rejected. He actually rejected the invitation of 2 goddesses. Goodness, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless people dreamed of, yet this guy rejected it without a second thought. Even Lady Snowflake and Jing Yin were surprised. However, Chu Kuangren ignored them. After obtaining the Fire Spirit Crystal, he was about to leave with Lan Yu. Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan could not hold it in any longer and yelled, "Stop right there!" However, Chu Kuangren ignored him and continued to stride forward. Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan's expression darkened as he dashed towards Chu Kuangren in an attempt to grab him. However, before he could get close, Lan Yu, who was beside Chu Kuangren, suddenly made her move. She unleashed a punch that unleashed boundless Taoist rhymes that turned into a surge of divine radiance that instantly blasted Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan dozens of feet away. Seeing that, the crowd gasped. They did not expect the lady who had been staying by Chu Kuangren's side without saying a word to possess such strength. Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan's face was filled with shock too. Although his strength was not the strongest among the younger generation, it was enough to rival a young emperor. Yet, he was sent flying with a single punch. Just how terrifying was this lady's strength? At that thought, Bachelor Sage Chong Yuan's heart that was blinded by jealousy and hatred gradually cleared up. He no longer dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, Lady Snowflake and Jing Yin looked at the back of Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu as if they were deep in thought. Although both of them had covered their faces with a spiritual veil, their voices sounded very young. Could they be sky prides who were here to participate in the championship? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Hence, they decided to go back and find someone to investigate. At that moment, after Chu Kuangren left the crowd, he handed the fire spirit crystal in his hand to the godly phoenix Lil Red. She pecked the crystal, and a hole appeared on it. Then, like drinking water, she continuously absorbed the spiritual chi within the fire spirit crystal into her body. The feathers on her body glowed faintly. Chu Kuangren was worried that if she continued to absorb the spiritual chi, she would not be able to resist and revert to her true form. Hence, he kept the fire spirit crystal into his yin and yang ring. Stop absorbing it for now. It's all yours when we get back. He and Lan Yu strolled around the city for half a day before they returned to the accommodations that were arranged for the various sage orthodoxies in the first city. The moment they arrived, a few pairs of eyes landed on them. Chu Kuangren only took a glance at them before he ignored them and returned to the Black Heaven Sex area. Seeing that, the few people left on their own. In one of the rooms, Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan asked in shock, "Are you sure they're from the Black Heaven sect?" "Yes, a man and a woman with a red bird. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. They've indeed entered the Black Heaven sex area. So they're from the Black Heaven sect. Fortunately, things didn't get out of hand today." Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the Overlord Sage tribe was powerful and had a strong foundation, they were still wary of Chu Kuangren from the Black Heaven sect. Since when did a musical Taoist grandmaster appear among the young disciples of the Black Heaven sect? Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan was puzzled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lady Snowflake and the spies that Jing Nian had sent to monitor the situation had returned. They're indeed sky prides who are here to participate in the championship. But I didn't expect them to be from the Black Heaven sect, Jing Nian murmured. Suddenly, she thought of something. Rumor has it that Chu Kuangren was once acknowledged by the godly phoenix as its master. That bird I saw today is 70 to 80% similar to the godly phoenix. Could it really be the godly phoenix? The more she thought about it, the more her heart palpitated. If it really was the godly phoenix, then the identity of the musical Taoist grandmaster that she had encountered today would be obvious. I can't believe it's him. She was a little relieved that she did not go overboard. Otherwise, it was hard to say if she would still be standing here. Chapter 281. Time flew by. Soon, it was time for the championship to begin. Chu Kuangren brought a group of disciples to the central plaza of the first city, where there was a gigantic arena. After passing through a dark tunnel, Chu Kuangren and the others entered the arena. In an instant, they were illuminated by the light, and they saw millions of spectators surrounding the arena. Some were sitting in the spectator stands, some were standing, and some were floating in the air. The arena was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. When Chu Kuangren arrived with the people from the Black Heaven sect, the crowd erupted in cheers and screams. "Look, it's the people from the Black Heaven sect. The one walking at the front is the Black Heaven sect leader, Chu Kuangren. Rumor has it that he's the one who killed 3 sages within a year. By the heavens, this person is just as extraordinary as the rumors say. How great would it be if I could spend the night with him?" In your dreams, I heard that the divine predictor commented on him a few days ago. Black Heaven has Kuangren as the leader of the Sky Prides. He immediately listed him as the #1 Sky Prides in the world. That shows how amazing he is. The divine predictor's comment is too high. Once they entered the arena, countless spectators began to discuss among themselves, especially Chu Kuangren, who attracted everyone's attention. Aside from his appearance and temperament, there were also many rumors about him that made people pay attention to him. "Sect leader, you're quite popular," Nangong Huang said to Chu Kuangren. "You guys are the main characters in this championship. Do your best and let the world witness the strength of the Black Heaven sect." Chu Kuangren said calmly. He did not care about the burning gazes from the millions of people, and he looked indifferent. In the arena, the other sage orthodoxies had also entered the arena. Look, it's the people from Tempest Mountain. That's not all. The people from the Linghu clan are here too. Other than the Murong clan that lost 2 of their sages, the strongest swordsmanship sect in Firmament Star is here too. This tournament will definitely be exciting. Needless to say, there's also the White Tiger Domain's Sky Emperor Palace, the Black Warrior Domain's Overlord Sage Tribe, and the Scarlet Phoenix Domain's Heaven Court sect. These are all renowned sage orthodoxies. The tournament this time is truly a feast for the geniuses. That's right. Look at those Sky Prides who are leading the group. They're either young emperors or one of the 10 talents. More than half of the most outstanding youths in the world are gathered here. This is a rare sight. The sage orthodoxies entered the arena one after another, causing many to exclaim in surprise. As soon as the people from the sage orthodoxies entered the arena, they immediately looked in the direction of the Black Heaven sect. To be more precise, they were looking in the direction of Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren, the young emperor of the Linghu clan, Linghu Tung, stared at him with a look of dread and even fear. He had once fought Chu Kuangren at the Sword Gauntlet, but he ended up suffering a crushing defeat. Later on, he heard the news that Chu Kuangren had killed 2 of the Murong clan sages, and he was so shocked that his Daoist core almost collapsed. At that time, he knew that the gap between them was so great that he might not be able to catch up even if he tried his entire life. In the direction of Mount Tempest, the young emperor, Ling Feng, stared at Chu Kuangren with a complicated look in his eyes. Back at the Sword Gauntlet, he was suppressed by Chu Kuangren's sword-based Daoist rhyme to the point that he could not even unleash a single sword attack. That incident had become a knot in his heart. Later on, when he heard about Chu Kuangren's deeds, he suddenly realized that he, the so-called sword lunatic, was not even worth mentioning. What Chu Kuangren had done was the true definition of madness. Besides Linghu Tung and Ling Feng, many other Sky Prides were also carefully observing Chu Kuangren. They were too curious about this person. Everyone was a Sky Pride, so why was he so outstanding? Not only did he become a sect leader, he killed a sage, and he even got the godly phoenix to acknowledge him as its master. His name was known throughout the world, and he completely outshone everyone else. Among these people, there were some whose eyes were filled with jealousy, some who were unwilling, and some who were eager to give it a try. In the direction of the Overlord Sage Tribe, Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan gasped when he saw Lil Red on Chu Kuangren's shoulder. It's him. I can't believe it was him that day. Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan was still traumatized. Beside him, a black-robed elder noticed his unusual behavior and asked curiously, Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan, what's wrong? Elder, he's the person I told you about. Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan gulped and said in a serious tone. The black-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He then looked at Bachelor Sage Chang Yuan and said, You're lucky to still be standing here. Elder, I trust you've been well since we last met. At that moment, the people from a school of White Lotus walked up. The White Lotus leader bowed at Chu Kuangren and said respectfully, Leader, you guys are here too. Yes. The few of them chatted casually. Chu Kuangren was also secretly observing the others, but he soon lost interest after a few glances. Most of the people who came were led by the sect leaders of the various sage orthodoxies. There was not a single sage among them. In other words, the sages were hiding in the dark and had yet to show themselves. It's a shame that you can't participate in this championship, Elder. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be the champion, the White Lotus leader said with a smile. Chu Kuangren chuckled and said, I'm already a sect leader. How can I compete with a bunch of juniors? It's beneath my dignity. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Juniors? Please, wake up and take a look at your own age, all right? However, as much as they complained, no one dared to refute him. In other words, they should be glad that Chu Kuangren had such thoughts. Otherwise, if Chu Kuangren were to compete with these Sky Prides, who would be able to beat him? He would definitely beat them to a pulp. However, that was what the sect leaders thought. Some of the Sky Prides looked at Chu Kuangren with dissatisfaction. Is this guy trying to use his status to pressure us? Or is he trying to say that we're not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him? Juniors? F*CK, his juniors. If there's a chance, I really want to compete with him. Those who were present were the most outstanding young people of their generation, so they naturally had their own pride. Even though they knew that they were no match for Chu Kuangren, they could not help but compare themselves to him. In other words, they deserved to be beaten up by society. At that moment, 3 rays of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the crowd. The 3 rays of light were 2 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a powerful Taoist rhyme flowing around their bodies. They were all honorable supremes. Upon seeing them, the crowd was shocked. It's them. They're 3 of the first city's 13 prefects. It's the 11th, 12th, and 13th prefects. They're the judges for this championship. Rumor has it that there are 13 prefects in the first city, and each of them is a top-notch expert. Especially the ones at the front, they rarely show themselves. Rumor has it that the first 3 prefects are all sages. That's right. It's because of the 13 prefects that the first city status in the White Tiger domain is so high that it's not any weaker than the Sky Emperor Palace. Otherwise, why would the first city dare to call itself the world's #1 city? Chu Kuangren activated his eye of revelation and glanced at the few prefects. The woman was the 11th prefect, and the 2 men were the 12th and 13th prefects. Their strengths were even stronger than ordinary honorable supremes. Chapter 282. Everyone, welcome to this year's hegemony competition. I'm sure everyone has read the rules of the championship. Now, let me explain the rules again. For this championship, we will divide the participating orthodoxies into 4 groups: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Each group will consist of 6 orthodoxies, and the winner will be decided from these 4 groups. In the end, the champion will be decided from these 4 groups. The champion will receive all the prizes sponsored by the sage orthodoxies. Now, is there anything else that you don't understand? The 13th prefect said, "How will the group members be distributed?" One of the orthodoxies asked. That's simple. The groups will be distributed by drawing lots. With a wave of a prefect's hand, 24 pearls appeared. Now, please send 1 person from each orthodoxy to collect 1 pearl. Everyone then sent their people forward. Chu Kuangren then sent Nangong Huang to collect 1 pearl. When Nangong Huang retrieved the pearl, the word Delta suddenly appeared on it. Looks like we're in Group Delta. Then, the 13th prefect asked the orthodoxies who had obtained the same type of pearl to stand together. Chu Kuangren glanced at them and realized that they were also in Group Delta. They were the Thunder Falcon tribe, the Linghu clan, the Heaven Cord sect, the Taoist school of dedication, and the 8 Wind Palace. In other words, the Black Heaven sect had to defeat these 5 sage orthodoxies to enter the semifinals. Oh my, what luck. I can't believe there are 2 sects that have a grudge against us in one group. Murong Xian glanced in the direction of the Thunder Falcon tribe and the Linghu clan. They were also observing them with intense hostility. Now, everyone in Group Delta, please stay where you are. The other 3 groups shall return to the spectators' platform, the 13th prefect said. Chu Kuangren returned to the spectators' platform and looked at the arena. All he saw was a prefect taking out a giant golden bell and placing on the ground. A mysterious Taoist rhyme swirled around the golden bell. Chu Kuangren took a glance at it and immediately knew that it was a rare sage weapon. This is the first segment of the championship, striking the golden bell. Now, all orthodoxies in Group Delta will send out 2 people to attack the golden bell. Once the bell rings, 1 point will be awarded, 2 points will be awarded, and so on. The 13th prefect said to the crowd, the hegemony competition was a competition of the points obtained in each segment. In the end, whoever had the most points would be the winner. Let me go first. A genius from one of the orthodoxies in Group A walked out. This person had a burly figure and an extremely overbearing Taoist rhyme circulated around his body. He raised his fist and punched the golden bell. Violent Taoist rhymes erupted, causing the golden bell to shake. There were a total of 4 chimes. 4 tolls, 4 points. This person is a heaven's pride from the Emperor Palace. His battle prowess is extremely strong, but his powerful attack only caused the bell to ring 4 times. This first segment doesn't look simple. The first stage continued. One by one, the people from the orthodoxies went up to strike the golden bell to gain points. Among them, the most outstanding prodigies could only make the golden bell ring 5 times. The weaker ones could only make it ring twice. Sect Leader Chu, I'm sure it must be a shame that you can't participate. At that moment, the Linghu clan's clan leader came before Chu Kuangren and said with a smile. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. There's nothing to be regretful about. It's beneath me to compare myself to a bunch of juniors. But Sect Leader Chu can't participate. Do you think these people from the Black Heaven sect can make it to the end? I don't think they can even stand out in the group stage. The Linghu clan's clan leader laughed. Oh, can I take that to mean that the Linghu clan is looking down on the disciples of the Black Heaven sect? Chu Kuangren smiled and stared at the Linghu clan's clan leader. The corner of the Linghu clan's clan leader's mouth twitched. Sect Leader Chu, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. However, I believe that many people from the orthodoxies here are thinking the same thing. The Linghu clan's clan leader was right. The most feared person in the Black Heaven sect was Chu Kuangren. Disciples like Nangong Huang and Murong Xian were nothing to them. It would be difficult for these people to win the championship. Then let them open their eyes wide and take a good look at the glory of the Black Heaven sect. Chu Kuangren said. The Linghu clan's clan leader took a good look at him, wondering where his confidence came from. He glanced at Nangong Huang and the others. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for these people to win the championship. Then we shall wait and see, the Linghu clan's clan leader said. Soon, the participants of the 3 groups were done with their tests. It was Group Delta's turn. The first to go up was the young emperor of the Linghu clan, Linghu Tung. He walked up to the golden bell and swung his longsword. Dong, dong, dong. 5 consecutive rings of the bell rang. This was already the best result so far. Linghu Tung smiled in satisfaction. He looked in the direction of the Black Heaven sect and smirked as if he was provoking them. Then, the Linghu clan sent out another Sky Pride who scored 4 rings. Including Linghu Tung, they had a total of 9 points. Fallen thunder. A black thunderbolt suddenly shot out and fiercely smashed on the golden bell. The golden bell rang 6 times in total. Such a result had broken everyone's record. The audience could not help but gasp in surprise. It's the Thunder Falcon tribe's young emperor, Lei Mingtian. Such power. Even an honorable might not be able to do that. As expected of Lei Mingtian, even among the young emperors, not many can match him. He's too strong. The young emperor Lei Mingtian taunted the Black Heaven sect. Just like Linghu Tung, he had a grudge against Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren and the others dared not provoke him. However, they were not afraid of the others from the Black Heaven sect. These 2 are still asking for a beating. Chu Kuangren curled his lips. Lei Mingtian's strength is not to be underestimated. Even I might not be able to block such a powerful attack. Nangong Huang said, It's just a fight. This is only the first round. So many people are holding back. He used his full strength just to annoy the sect leader, Murong Xian said from the side. But since he's provoking us, we can't just ignore him. Nangong Huang smiled and walked to the front of the golden bell. Sword chi swirled around his blade. With a fierce slash, a violent sword chi gushed out and landed on the golden bell. Dong, 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 a total of 6 rings. The crowd gasped. Lei Mingtian's eyes narrowed as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Nangong Huang has such strength? Not only him, but the other Sky Prides were also surprised. He didn't have such strength back at the Sword Gauntlet. How did he improve so much in just over a year? Besides fear, Linghu Tung was also puzzled and confused. He felt like he was no longer a match for Nangong Huang. Nangong Huang kept his sword in his spiritual mount. Then, he looked in the direction of the Linghu clan and the Thunder Falcon tribe and smirked. Not only does the Black Heaven sect have a sect leader, but I, Nangong Huang, also have a young emperor. Nangong Huang felt extremely comfortable when he heard that. All this while, Chu Kuangren had always been in the limelight. Now it was finally his turn to show off. It felt so good. Chapter 283. Nangong Huang was in the limelight. Morong Xian was eager to try too. It's my turn next. Just when he was about to strike the golden bell, Chu Kuangren stopped him. Stand down. Let Lil Bing strike the bell. What? Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. Lil Bing? Everyone looked at the petite maid behind Chu Kuangren and was shocked. They stared at Chu Kuangren with a "are you kidding me?" expression. Even Lil Bing was a little confused. Me? She looked at Chu Kuangren and pointed at herself. Yes, go ahead. Sect leader, isn't this a little too hasty? Lil Bing is only at the Paradise Realm. Won't we be making a fool out of ourselves if we let her go? Murong Xian said. Just let her go. Chu Kuangren smiled. Lil Bing hesitated for a while before she nodded and slowly walked towards the golden bell. Everyone's eyes were on her. It was her first time encountering such a situation, so she was a little nervous. She looked around before she came to the three prefects and said cautiously, "Greetings, Black Heaven Sect's Outer Sect disciple, Lil Bing." Outer Sect disciple? Everyone apart from the Black Heaven Sect was dumbfounded when they heard that. They looked at Lil Bing in disbelief. After all, the great orthodoxies were not the elites of their orthodoxies. They were all Taoists. How could an Outer Sect disciple participate in the championship? It can't be. Even an Outer Sect disciple is here to join in the fun? Is there no one else in the Black Heaven Sect other than Chu Kuangren? What the hell are they doing by sending an Outer Sect disciple to participate in the championship? Outer Sect disciple? Can she even strike the golden bell? I don't think she can even make a sound. Is the Black Heaven Sect taking this championship seriously? Everyone was not optimistic about Lil Bing. When the golden bell was struck previously, the weakest cultivator was at the Battle Monarch realm. How strong could an Outer Sect disciple be? Everyone treated this as a joke. Are you really an Outer Sect disciple? The 13th prefect looked at Lil Bing and asked with a frown. Yes. Lil Bing nodded. She was already an outer disciple when she was chosen to serve Chu Kuangren. Although she could have become a true disciple a long time ago, with her strength, she had not been promoted for the past few years. From her point of view, becoming a true disciple, or even a Taoist, was not as good as staying by Chu Kuangren's side, even if she could only be a servant. Sect leader Chu, you'd better explain yourself. What do you mean by this? Are you treating this competition as a game? The 13th prefect looked at Chu Kuangren and asked in a deep voice. The first city had organized this genius's supremacy competition, and all the participants were renowned sky prides, Taoists, and even young emperors. To the 13th prefect, Chu Kuangren sending an Outer Sect disciple into the arena was a form of disrespect to the first city. It was a form of provocation. What's wrong? The rules only state that sect leaders can't participate. Which rule says that Outer Sect disciples can't participate? Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow and retorted. You? The 13th prefect was rendered speechless. He scoffed coldly and said to Lil Bing, "You may begin then. I'd like to see what tricks an Outer Sect disciple like you can play." Lil Bing stood in front of the golden bell and took a deep breath. She slowly raised her hand. A mysterious golden rune appeared on her arm. Then, the surrounding spiritual qi, like rivers flowing into the ocean, continuously gathered towards the golden rune on Lil Bing's arm. A golden sword shadow appeared out of thin air in front of Lil Bing, emitting a terrifying aura that was comparable to an honorable's. Everyone's expression changed when they saw that. Rune, it's the power of runes. No wonder Chu Kuangren sent her into the arena. So that's how it is. But judging from her aura, she's only comparable to an ordinary honorable. She can only unleash 3 chants at most. Something's not right. The sect leaders of the various great orthodoxies frowned. That was because they realized that the power of the rune in Lil Bing's hand was still increasing. The surrounding spiritual qi was like a tidal wave, turning into golden ripples that continuously surged into the rune. The golden sword shadow became more and more solid, and an incredibly sharp aura emanated from it. The entire arena was shrouded in that aura. Gradually, Everyone felt their hearts palpitate as they looked at the delicate Lil Bing who was standing at the same spot and gulped. I think the power is still increasing. What kind of rune is that? Why is it so terrifying? Golden Mountain Breaker Sword. When the golden sword shadow's aura reached its peak and turned into a giant sword that was almost solid, Lil Bing let out a cry, and the giant sword, which was wrapped in a majestic sword chi, shot out. Boom! The giant sword directly landed on the golden bell, and a horrifying sound erupted. Everyone could only see the golden bell being blasted away, and it kept ringing in midair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When the 12th bell rang, the golden bell fell from midair and smashed onto the ground. When the last bell rang, it set off billowing smoke and dust that engulfed half of the arena. 13 bell rings. Everyone could only feel their minds buzzing as they looked at Lil Bing, who was standing at the same spot in disbelief. Is she really an Outer Sect disciple? That attack is even more terrifying than an Honorable Supreme. I think it's at least as powerful as a Boundary Sage. Oh my god, is she really an Outer Sect disciple? Is the Black Heaven Sect messing with us? The Thunder Falcon Tribe, Linghu Clan, Tempest Mountain, Sky Emperor Palace, Heaven Cord Sect, and other Sage Orthodoxy sect leaders and Sky Prides were all staring at Lil Bing. They could not imagine that this little handmaiden, who seemed to have never seen much of the world, could actually burst out such a terrifying power. 13 bell rings meant 13 points. Adding that to Nangong Huang's original 6 points, that was a total of 19 points. What kind of concept was that? After all, the other Orthodoxy's best result was only 11 points, whereas the Black Heaven Sect was sitting on 19 points. They had left the other Orthodoxies far behind in the first round. Sect leader, since when did Lil Bing become so terrifying? Nangong Huang gulped and said, other than Chu Kuangren, no one else in the arena could withstand that attack. Heh, Lil Bing has a Sage Grade rune on her. The only reason she has such power is because of that Sage Grade rune. However, this technique takes a long time to charge up, so it's not as terrifying as you think. Chu Kuangren smiled. The Golden Mountain Breaker Sword was the strongest technique of the Golden Rune, but its weakness was that it took a long time to charge up. This was especially true for Lil Bing's current cultivation level. In a real battle, by the time she was ready, her enemies would be able to kill her several times over. Meanwhile, the Sky Prides and sect leaders of the other Orthodoxies had also noticed this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lil Bing could use that technique as she pleased, it would be too disadvantageous for them. No wonder Chu Kuangren let her fight. Striking the golden bell isn't a real battle, and since it won't move, it's perfect for her to unleash the full potential of that technique. The sect leaders and Sky Prides of the Orthodoxies thought to themselves. With that, the first round had ended. The Black Heaven Sect had taken first place with an absolute advantage of 19 points. Chapter 284. Lil Bing had shocked everyone with a single Sage Grade rune. When she returned, the group of Taoists quickly surrounded her and showered her with compliments, leaving Lil Bing at a loss. Lil Bing, you did well. Chu Kuangren smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I did what I should. You must have used up a lot of energy after using the Golden Mountain Shattering Sword. Go and rest for a while, Chu Kuangren said. All right. Next was the second segment of the group stage. Above the arena, a gigantic pagoda appeared out of thin air. Then, an image appeared in front of everyone. In the image, there were many ferocious-looking beasts roaring and roaring, and the entire tower was filled with violent, ferocious chi. Chu Kuangren noticed that the beasts in the image varied in strength, and their bodies were formed from spiritual chi, similar to his sword chi clones. They were probably the product of some restrictive spell. This pagoda is called the Beast Summoner Pagoda. Inside the pagoda, there are 100 beasts formed by a spell that gathers spiritual energy. These beasts are divided into 4 levels, namely the Battle Monarch, Honorable, Honorable, and Supreme Honorable. The Orthodoxies in each group will pick 2 geniuses, and they will take turns to enter the beast summoning tower with the geniuses of the other orthodoxies. Defeating a battle monarch beast will earn you 1 point. An honorable beast will earn you 2 points. An honorable beast will earn you 4 points, and a supreme honorable beast will earn you 10 points. As for the order of entering the Beast Summoner Pagoda, it will be decided by drawing lots. Before entering, you can choose the number of beasts you wish to challenge. Each person can only enter the Beast Summoner Pagoda 3 times. The 13th prefect said. Then, the orthodoxies from Group A started first. The crowd watched as the sky prides from each orthodoxy entered the Beast Summoner Pagoda one after another to fight the beasts and earn points. This segment was terrifying. Among the 100 beasts, there were 60 battle monarchs, 35 honorables, and 1 supreme honorable. Most of the Taoists from the sage orthodoxies were only at the Paradise realm and battle monarch realm. They might not even be able to defeat the lowest level beasts in the Beast Summoner Pagoda. Only the young emperors from the sage orthodoxies who had the combat strength of honorables could achieve good results in the Beast Summoner Pagoda. Look, what a powerful force. F***CKME. That's the young emperor of the Overlord Sage tribe, Chang Tian, the most promising sky pride to become an emperor. He's so strong. The Venerable One can't even last one move against him. Cries of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. In the image of the Beast Summoning Tower, there was an arrogant young man dressed in a green robe, killing everything in his path. Every punch and every kick had the power to shake mountains and rivers. Purple energy surrounded his body, flowing with a terrifying and domineering Taoist rhyme. Once a battle monarch or even a venerable realm beast was hit by it, it would immediately turn into spirit chi and dissipate. Even a supreme being would not be able to withstand more than a few moves from him. This fellow's strength is terrifying, Nangong Huang said solemnly. This man is rumored to possess 3 primordial emperor's essences, the most promising one to become an emperor, the Overlord Sage tribe's genius, Chang Tian. I heard that this person also has the rare purple blood tyrant body of the Tyrant Body clan. This is the rumored supreme Tao body. Murong Xian added on. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. He watched Chang Tian's battle with a strange expression on his face. That's it. This is the most promising sky pride to become an emperor. Forget it. I must be asking for too much. I should be more objective. This person's strength is one of the best among the younger generation, and he even has a supreme Tao body. Becoming a sage shouldn't be a problem for him. Chu Kuangren felt that he should not always use his own standards to measure others. After all, not everyone had cheats like him. Chang Tian's strength was indeed not bad. He was the 4th person to enter the Beast Summoning Tower, and he chose to challenge 50 beasts. There were even 4 supreme beings and 1 supreme being level demonic beast among them, and he had actually taken care of all of them. His unparalleled strength amazed everyone at the scene. The Overlord Sage tribe's leader was even more delighted. Everyone at the scene looked at the murderous young Emperor Chang Tian, who walked out of the Beast Summoning Tower with a fearsome look in their eyes. This person is definitely a formidable foe. His combat strength is not to be underestimated. When Chang Tian walked out of the Beast Summoning Tower, his tiger-like gaze swept across the sky prides at the scene. All the sky prides who met his gaze could not help but be intimidated by his aura, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. A gathering of sky prides? It's nothing much. Chang Tian sneered with an arrogant attitude. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren at the skybox with battle intent in his eyes. In this world, perhaps only you are worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Chu Kuangren was stunned at that. He then turned to Lan Yu beside him and asked, "Was he talking to me just now?" "Master, I think so. Can't youngsters nowadays have some self-awareness? Do they really think they can be mentioned in the same breath as me just because they have some talent?" He shook his head as if he was lamenting the degeneration of the world. Chang Tian frowned at that and said coldly, "What? Do you think I'm not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as you?" He took a step forward, and an incredibly powerful aura erupted from his body. Surges of purple chi surrounded him and charged towards Chu Kuangren. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chang Tian. "Stop! Don't be rude." It was the Overlord Sage tribe leader. Compared to Chang Tian, the Overlord Sage tribe leader was much calmer. Naturally, he knew that provoking Chu Kuangren would not do the Overlord Sage tribe any good. Seeing that the Overlord Sage tribe leader had arrived, Chang Tian had to give him some face. Hence, he slowly retracted his aura. The Overlord Sage tribe leader smiled at Chu Kuangren. "Chang Tian is an arrogant person. If he has offended you, please forgive him," sect leader Chu. "Overlord Sage tribe leader, your tribe members are not very well-mannered. If you don't know how to discipline them, I don't mind helping you. It's simple, just give them a beating in this situation." Chu Kuangren fiddled with his fingers and smiled. The Overlord Sage frowned at that. "I'll handle this myself. There's no need to trouble yourself," sect leader Chu. Although the Overlord Sage tribe leader was furious, he did not want to have any conflict with Chu Kuangren. Instead, it was Chang Tian who snorted coldly at that. "You think you're worthy enough to discipline me? We'll see who's the one who's going to fight then." "Oh no!" The Overlord Sage tribe leader's expression changed drastically. As soon as Chang Tian finished speaking, a horrifying giant golden hand that exuded an incomparably majestic aura suddenly soared into the sky. Sage ruler technique, giant palm of exorcism. Brilliant heaven-shaking fist. The Overlord Sage tribe leader hurriedly activated his Sage technique and unleashed a black fist. However, the fist could only shake the void but not the giant golden hand. Like a bubble, it was easily smashed into pieces. The impact from Shattered Fist immediately sent the Overlord Sage tribe leader flying, leaving only Chang Tian on the spot. He could not move at all as he was shrouded by the majestic Buddhist will. He could only watch helplessly as the giant hand approached him. Boom! The purple palm chi that surrounded Chang Tian was like a puff of smoke in front of the giant golden hand, dispersing upon contact. Just like that, Chang Tian was caught in the palm of the giant golden hand. He was held in midair like a little chick. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. Chapter 285. D*M minute. D*M minute. How could this be? Chang Tian channeled his spiritual power to activate his purple-blooded overlord physique. It was a supreme Taoist physique with terrifying power. In the past, no matter who he encountered, he would always be able to suppress even an honorable supreme with this Taoist physique. However, his Taoist physique had failed today. No matter how much he channeled his purple-blooded overlord physique or channeled his spiritual power, he could not move the golden palm at all. "Not even your sage dares to speak to me like this. Yet a mere young emperor like you dares to talk to me like this," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. "Chu Kuangren, let go of me. Let go." "Sure." Chu Kuangren casually waved his hand, and with a wave of his golden hand, Chang Tian was tossed out like a pebble. Chang Tian's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, stirring up waves of air around him. He tried to channel his spiritual power to stabilize his body, but he realized that the force on his body was too terrifying. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of that force. Just as he was about to smash into the walls of the arena and be smashed into pieces, a gentle force suddenly formed an air cushion behind him and caught him firmly. "Brother Chu, don't you think you're a little too cruel?" A man's voice suddenly rang out from the void. "Yo, this voice sounds familiar." Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Then he suddenly realized something and said, "The person who severed his own arm in Frost Valley." That voice sounded a little angry, but before it could finish, Chu Kuangren raised his hand and unleashed a palm attack on the void. Boom! The wind and clouds surged in all directions, and the void was almost distorted. A black-robed, middle-aged man appeared. This man exuded a sage Taoist rhyme, and his aura was incredibly powerful. However, this sage's expression was extremely ugly. This man was the Overlord Sage tribe sage who was forced by Chu Quangren to sever his own arm in Frost Valley, Grey Grill Sage. Grey Grill Sage stared at Chu Quangren and said, Chu Quangren, don't you think you're being a little too overbearing by attacking without a word? You're talking to me in such a secretive manner. I should be the one asking you if you have any respect for me. Chu Quangren said coldly. Hearing this, the Grey Grill Sage was speechless. He believed that if he dared to say no, Chu Quangren would not let the matter rest so easily. Thinking back to the time when he was forced to cut off one of his arms in the clear Frost Valley, the arm that he had painstakingly reattached could not help but ache dully. Chu Quangren, this is the first city, and the competition is still ongoing. How about we both take a step back and let this matter rest? What do you say? The Grey Grill Sage had no choice but to give in to Chu Quangren since his young emperor was being tortured and forced to show himself. However, the Grey Grill Sage still did not want to clash with Chu Quangren, so he could only give in. Fellow Taoist Chu, you still have to compete. Please stop. The 3 referees of the hegemony tournament also started to persuade him. It's not that I'm unreasonable, but as the Black Heaven sect leader, I can't just ignore the fact that a junior has offended me. Can I? Chu Quangren said slowly. Everyone looked at the sky. Everything started because he provoked Chu Quangren. Now, it was up to him to make Chu Quangren stop. Chang Tian's expression kept changing, and he was so angry that his face twitched. Give in to Chu Quangren and continue with the competition. A real man knows when to yield. Don't ruin the big picture just because of a moment of anger. The Grey Grill Sage's voice echoed in Chang Tian's ears. He took a deep breath and said, Fellow Taoist Chu, what did you just call me? Chu Quangren said indifferently. The word fellow Taoist is used to describe cultivators of the same level. Are you and I equal in status? In the face of Chu Quangren's aggressiveness, the Grey Grill Sage could only suppress his anger. Sect Leader Chu, I apologize for offending you just now. Please forgive my recklessness, Sect Leader Chu. You put it nicely, but deep down, you probably want to cut me into 1,000 pieces. But that's fine. You can only think about it in your heart. Chu Quangren smiled, and then ignored the Grey Grill Sage. Seeing that the matter was over, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. If Chu Quangren really wanted to cause trouble, unless all the sages behind the orthodoxies joined forces, who could stop him? All right, let the competition continue. The 13th prefect said. The crowd had yet to recover from the shock. The strength that Chu Quangren had shown them was too terrifying. A casual move from him was enough to crush the strongest young emperor of the Overlord Sage tribe. Even the sages were forced to show themselves, yet they could not do anything to him. Who will be the leader of the Sky Prides? There's a Quangren in the Black Heaven. I thought this comment was too exaggerated, but now it seems that it's not exaggerated at all. In fact, I can even say that this comment is too low. Young Emperor Chang Tian is the strongest young emperor, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Chu Quangren. Chu Quangren has completely surpassed the scope of a Sky Pride. He's a monster. This era is destined to belong to him. The audience was in a heated discussion. Even the battles between the Sky Prides were no longer interesting to watch. No matter how outstanding these Sky Prides were, compared to Chu Quangren, all of them paled in comparison. Everyone stared at Chu Quangren in awe. Lady Snowflake from the Heaven Court sect, Jing Nian from the Sky Emperor Palace, and the other heavenly geniuses were even more impressed. This is what a true Sky Pride should be like. Chu Quangren is truly a dragon among men. Sigh. I was a little angry when he rejected my invitation to play the Guqin with him the other day. It seems that I've overstepped my bounds. Sect Leader Chu, you're really impressive. But it's a shame that you can't participate in this championship. Otherwise, the Black Heaven sect would have been crowned the champion. The Overlord tribe leader snorted coldly. What he meant was that since Chu Quangren did not participate in this championship, the rest of the Black Heaven sect was nothing to be afraid of. After that, he turned around and left without waiting for Chu Quangren's reply. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others frowned. We've been underestimated. Murong Xian rubbed his chin and said to Chu Quangren, Sect leader, let me go later. I can't wait any longer. All right then. The Beast Summoner Tower needs 2 people. Besides Murong Xian, does anyone else want to go? Nangong Huang was just about to speak. I'll go. A cold voice was heard. Everyone looked at Lan Yu with a shocked expression. Chu Kuangren was surprised too. Lan Yu, you want to go? Yes. Lan Yu nodded. All right, go ahead then. Chu Kuangren did not reject her. When the few sage orthodoxies from Group A had completed the Beast Summoner Tower segment, the Beast Summoner Tower flashed, and another 100 beasts appeared. It was now the orthodoxies from Group B's turn soon. The members from Group A, B, and C had completed the Beast Summoner Tower segment. Among the 3 groups, the orthodoxies with the most points were the Overlord Sage Tribe, Tempest Mountain, and Sky Emperor Palace. Now, may the people from Group D come up to draw their lots. Chapter 286. Sect leader, we'll head up first then. Murong Xian said. He and Lan Yu arrived at the arena together. As soon as they saw Lan Yu, everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. It's her, young Emperor Lan Yu. Chu Kuangren's follower. She's here. Wait, is she a Black Heaven sect disciple too? One of the orthodoxies sect leaders questioned. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. Can I? Do you need me to show you the Black Heaven sect's disciple roster? That won't be necessary. That orthodoxy's sect leader said awkwardly. Lan Yu had always been by Chu Kuangren's side and had never joined any forces, so it was not wrong to say that she was a Black Heaven sect disciple. Lan Yu, why do you want to fight all of a sudden? Murong Xian asked curiously. Lan Yu had always been by Chu Kuangren's side and had never initiated a fight. Murong Xian had only seen her fight a few times in the past few years in Black Heaven sect. To be honest, Chang Tian's words made me uncomfortable. Lan Yu looked in the direction of the Overlord Sage Tribe. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. What right does Chang Tian have to be mentioned in the same breath as Master? How dare he provoke Master? Is it because he killed more beasts in the Beast Summoner Tower than the others? I want to let him know that I can defeat him without Master's help. Besides, if Black Heaven sect wins first place, I'm sure Master, as the sect leader, will be happy. Murong Xian came to a realization. To put it bluntly, it was all for the sect leader. When the 2 arrived at the arena, the 5 sage orthodoxies, 8 Wind Palace, Thunder Falcon Tribe, Linghu Clan, Heaven Cord Sect, and Daoist School of Dedication had also sent their representatives. Everyone began to draw lots from a box. After you've drawn your lots, take turns to enter the Beast Summoner Tower according to the number in your hand. Remember, if you can't hold on any longer, crush the number in your hand. Otherwise, the beast will not stop attacking unless you kill all the beasts, the 13th prefect said. Everyone looked at the bead in their hand. Besides the number in it, there was also a faint Taoist rhyme. It was a transportation mechanism designed to protect the Sky Prides. Once the Sky Prides could no longer hold on in the Beast Summoner Tower, they could crush the bead and be transported out. Lan Yu, I'm number 6. What's your number? I am number 1, Lan Yu said calmly as she held the bead. Murong Xian was a little surprised. Then you're in luck. If you're number 1, you'll be the first to enter. At this time, there will be plenty of Battle King level beasts. With your strength, you'll be able to kill a few more and earn more points. There were 100 beasts in the Beast Summoning Tower, and they were divided into 4 categories: Battle Monarch, Honorable, Honorable, and Supreme Honorable. Generally speaking, even a young emperor would have a hard time dealing with an Honorable Supreme or even an Honorable Supreme. Therefore, the prodigies who participated in this round mainly targeted the Battle Monarch or Venerable level demonic beasts. The later they went in, the more Battle Kings and Venerable demonic beasts would be killed, and they would have to face even more powerful demonic beasts. You're right. I think this round is all about luck, Lan Yu said calmly as he looked at the Beast Summoning Tower. Upon hearing her words, the 13th prefect replied indifferently. Rather than relying on luck, the most important thing in this segment is to act according to one's capabilities. Hunt the most demon beasts according to one's abilities. No, I think this round is all about luck. Lan Yu walked to the front of the Beast Summoning Tower and looked at the towering tower before her. She said indifferently, "These 100 beasts are all mine." As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped in shock. What? Did they hear wrongly? Lan Yu wanted to challenge 100 beasts. Among the first 3 groups, the strongest and most arrogant overlord sage tribe, Chong Tian, had only challenged 50 beasts. That was already enough to shock countless people. Now, Lan Yu wanted to challenge 100 beasts in front of them. In other words, all the beasts in the beast summoning tower. Crazy, crazy. The only thought in everyone's mind was that young Emperor Lan Yu had gone crazy. All the demonic beasts, including 4 supreme martial artists and 1 supreme martial artist. How could she dare to do that? She must be crazy. Are all the people around Chu Kuangren crazy? The audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. Meanwhile, in the skybox, Chu Kuangren was stunned when he heard that Lan Yu wanted to challenge 100 beasts. Then he laughed out loud. This B** star has been with me for a long time. Her style of doing things is becoming more and more like mine. Chu Kuangren laughed. Beside him, Nangong Huang and the others smiled bitterly. Sect leader, aren't you worried at all? That's 100 beasts we're talking about. Can Lan Yu really handle it? Yeah, there's even an honorable supreme among them. Compared to Nangong Huang and the others who were worried, Chu Kuangren was much calmer. He said, "Don't worry. I know Lan Yu better than any of you. Since she's doing it, it means she's confident. Watch carefully. She's going to shine today." In the direction of the Overlord Sage tribe, Chong Tian's face darkened when he heard that Lan Yu wanted to challenge 100 beasts. That number was twice his. This B* star is really bold. I like to see how she'll handle 100 beasts. He did not believe it. 100 beasts would be extremely taxing even for him. He did not believe that Lan Yu could defeat all the beasts. 100 beasts? Are you out of your mind? Ling Hu Tung frowned and looked at Lan Yu. Beside him, Lei Mingtian sneered. This pretty girl must have gone crazy after being with Chu Kuangren for so long. The 13th prefect looked at Lan Yu and said sternly, "Are you sure you want to challenge 100 beasts? It's not too late to back out now. There's no need for that. It's just 100 beasts. No one's going to collect your corpse if you die." The 13th prefect snorted. He was starting to think that the Black Heaven sect was here to cause trouble. In the previous round, the Black Heaven sect sent an outer sect disciple to participate, and now Lan Yu wanted to challenge 100 beasts? What was wrong with the disciples of this sect? A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The 13th prefect snorted in his heart. A sect leader would have the same kind of disciple. To him, these people must have learned from Chu Kuangren. Lan Yu did not know what the 13th prefect was thinking. She came to the beast summoner tower and casually threw the bead on the ground. This scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. That bead was a life-saving mechanism. She threw it away just like that. Is she really confident that she can defeat all the beasts? Or is she just going to stake it all on this? F***CK it's just a competition. She doesn't have to put her life on the line. Isn't this a little too crazy? Lan Yu, who is this B* starred? Don't you know? She's the sky pride that the divine predictor said is comparable to the emperors of old. If she's that powerful, why haven't I heard of her in the past few years? She's very low-key and rarely fights, so her reputation is far below the other young emperors. If it weren't for the divine predictor's comment, I don't think anyone would know about her. Chapter 287. In the Beast Summoning Tower. As soon as Lan Yu walked in, she was greeted by more than 10 wolf-like beasts, each of them emitting a powerful aura. These were all battle monarch-level beings. Roar, roar. The wolf-like beasts roared, sending out sound waves that felt like they were real. Lan Yu had changed into a set of silver-white armor and held a glowing scepter in her hand. Her body was shrouded in an endless divine glow, making her look like a Valkyrie. As soon as the scepter landed, an extremely dense light-based, Taoist rhyme spread out. One by one, the battle monarch wolf-like beasts were crushed by the terrifying light-based Taoist rhyme, turning into spiritual chi and dissipating. At that moment, more than 10 flying beasts flew out from above Lan Yu's head at an extremely fast speed. Their claws glowed with a metallic luster, and once caught, even an honorable would be severely injured. Holy protection! Lan Yu's scepter landed, and a white barrier enveloped her. The flying beast's claws landed on the barrier, but were unable to damage it at all. They were all sent flying away, circling above Lan Yu's head. The space within the tower was extremely large. From the outside, it looked to be only about 300 meters wide, but the space within was extremely vast. At least, the flying beasts were already thousands of meters above Lan Yu's head. Oomph! Lan Yu scoffed, and a pair of pure white wings spread out from her shoulder blades. With a flap of her wings, she flew towards the flying beasts. She swung the scepter in her hand like a club, and every strike contained a majestic amount of spiritual energy and Taoist rhyme that could split mountains. Once the flying beasts were hit, they would be easily crushed. On top of that, Lan Yu was extremely fast, much faster than the flying beasts. In no time at all, she had taken care of all the beasts in the sky. On the ground, the strange-looking beasts roared at Lan Yu, and a series of energy attacks were fired at her. There were wind blades, fireballs, and even frost. Lan Yu blocked all the attacks with her white barrier, then aimed her scepter at the beasts on the ground. Divine Rain of Light. Lan Yu said calmly. A majestic light-based Taoist rhyme and spiritual energy gathered at the tip of the scepter, forming a huge white ball of light. Countless white light beams shot out like raindrops, sweeping all the demonic beasts in the tower from all directions. One by one, the demonic beasts turned into specks of light and disappeared. In just a short while, there were only a few battle monarch demonic beasts left. Outside the Yao summoning tower, countless spectators stared at Lan Yu, who was clad in armor and wielding a scepter on the screen. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. So powerful. This young Emperor Lan Yu is so strong. Some of the Taoists from the sage orthodoxies also had serious expressions on their faces. The Combat King Realm demonic beasts are more or less settled, but the Honorable Realm, and even Supreme Honorable Realm demonic beasts are the most difficult ones to deal with. It's still too difficult to defeat 100 demonic beasts. That's right. A Battle King and a Venerable are two different concepts, and they are even more different from a Supreme and a Supreme. Apart from being difficult to deal with, the amount of spiritual power she has to consume to deal with so many demonic beasts is also inestimable. No matter how pessimistic the spectators were about Lan Yu did not stop attacking inside the beast summoning tower. She flapped her wings and waved her scepter. Rays of Taoist rhymes exploded from her body as she unleashed all sorts of techniques. The monstrous beasts were killed one after another. The terrifying strength of the monstrous beasts shocked everyone watching the battle from the outside. Roar! At that moment, a scorching fireball exploded from not too far away towards Lan Yu. It shattered the light barrier and sent her flying. It's an honorable realm demonic beast has made its move. The crowd looked over. On the screen, there was a demonic beast that looked like a tiger, spitting out scorching flames and exuding a murderous aura. Other than this ferocious tiger, there was also a giant black ape, a giant python, and an 8-armed spider. These four were the 4 honorable realm demonic beasts of the beast summoning tower. Lan Yu suffered a blow from the honorable realm demonic beast, causing blood to trickle down the corner of her mouth. She stood up and killed the last honorable realm demonic beast. There were only 5 demonic beasts left in the beast summoning tower, and these 5 demonic beasts were the most terrifying existences in the entire tower. Roar! The black ape was the first to reach Lan Yu. It clasped its hands together and slammed them down on Lan Yu like a heavy hammer. Lan Yu did not dodge. Instead, she raised her left hand and Taoist rhymes gathered in front of her, turning into a white shield with mysterious runes carved on it. This shield's defense was much stronger than the light barrier from before. When the giant ape's attack landed on the shield, not only did it not hurt Lan Yu, it even screamed in pain. White flames burst out of the shield and engulfed the giant ape in the blink of an eye, burning it into a cloud of spiritual energy. Burning light. Lan Yu's eyes turned cold as the shield in her hand dissipated. A large amount of white flames gathered in front of her and turned into 3 dazzling white fireballs that shot towards the remaining 3 honorable realm demonic beasts. The 3 white demonic beasts did not back down and attacked. However, they were still weaker and were burned to ashes by the white flames. The crowd in the beast summoning tower was shocked. What a terrifying technique to be able to instantly kill 3 honorable realm demonic beasts. This Lan Yu is too powerful. Yeah, even young Emperor Chang Tian is only SOSO. In the skybox, Chu Kuangren's eyes were filled with admiration. The sage ruler of light's inheritance is indeed suitable for Lan Yu. With the help of the sacred radiant physique, these techniques will be even more terrifying than the sage ruler of light in the future. Whether it was the holy protection, shield of light, or burning light, these were all sage techniques that Lan Yu had obtained from the scepter of light that belonged to the sage ruler of light. As Lan Yu's strength improved over the years, she could now use these techniques with ease. She rarely fought, so not many people had seen her in action. Now that she had shown in the beast summoning tower, her techniques had amazed the world. There's only one left, Nangong Huang said solemnly. The last one was the strongest honorable supreme in the beast summoning tower. Everyone watched with rapt attention. Inside the beast summoning tower, Lan Yu, who had used her sage techniques consecutively, was exhausted. She half knelt on the ground, her face pale and cold sweat dripping from her forehead. At that moment, a huge blood red eye suddenly opened at the top of the beast summoning tower. Its pitch-black pupils gurgled, revealing a sinister and evil intent. You're the last demonic beast, right? Lan Yu slowly stood up and looked up at the blood-red eye at the top. Her body emitted a dazzling white light. I've saved this technique just for you. Lan Yu rose into the air and spread her wings. The armor on her body emitted an endless white light, and her silver-white hair danced in the wind. She exuded an inviolable holy aura. Countless people who witnessed this scene would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Judgment of Light. A white spear formed in Lan Yu's hand, and she threw it at the blood-red eye. The blood-red eye seemed to sense a threat. Red light gathered in its eyes, and a red beam of light shot out. This beam of light was extremely terrifying. Even an honorable supreme would be killed by it. The white spear and the red beam of light collided. Red and white energy spread out like lightning. The entire beast summoning tower shook. In the end, the white spear shattered the beam of light and pierced the blood-red eye. The last demonic beast was killed. Lan Yu had won a complete victory against 100 beasts. Chapter 288. 1 against 100. A resounding victory. The strength displayed by Lan Yu amazed every spectator. All the sky prides were dumbfounded. The moment Lan Yu walked out of the beast summoner tower, the crowd cheered. That's amazing. That's amazing. Who is she? I recognize her. She's the young Emperor Lan Yu. She was once praised by the divine predictor as a peerless beauty who could rival the emperors of old. This strength is really terrifying. My God, she's so strong. Everyone looked at the silhouette in the gorgeous silver armor, their eyes filled with amazement, infatuation, excitement, worship, and other emotions. At that moment, Lan Yu was the center of attention. Lan Yu walked out of the beast summoning tower and walked to the Overlord Sage tribe's camp under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd of sky prides. She lifted her head to look at the Overlord Sage tribe's patriarch, Chang Tian, and the others who wore a gloomy expression on their faces. The Black Heaven sect will win. She did not say much, but her conviction was unwavering. Upon hearing Lan Yu's words, Chang Tian could not help but say, "We don't know who will win yet. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Then let's wait and see." Lan Yu turned around and walked back to the Black Heaven sect. Murong Xian, who was behind her, wanted to cry but had no tears. Why didn't I get a chance to fight again? He wanted to fight in the first round, but Lil Bing beat him to it. In this round, he finally had the chance to fight, but before he could show off his skills, Lan Yu had single-handedly finished the battle. However, compared to him, the people from the other orthodoxies were even more dumbfounded. They did not know what to say. They felt like they were only there to be a backdrop. Lan Yu had single-handedly finished off all the beasts before they even fought. What was the point of continuing? They might as well just raise the white flag and surrender. What the hell is this? She killed all the beasts. How are we supposed to fight then? The people from the other orthodoxies looked at the judges. The three prefects were also caught off guard by this situation. They looked at each other and began to discuss. After a while, the 11th prefect announced, "The second round has ended. The Black Heaven sect has obtained 156 points. The other orthodoxies have 0 points. All the other orthodoxies were dissatisfied. Why? We haven't even entered the Beast Summoner Tower. Yeah. Why did you get 0 points?" The 11th prefect continued. "There will be a total of 100 demon beasts for everyone to challenge in the second round. Once the 100 demon beasts are exhausted, or everyone has used up the number of times they can enter the Beast Summoning Tower, this round will be considered over. Now, the Black Heaven sect has eliminated all the beasts. According to the rules, this round has come to an end. Please go back and prepare for the next round." The 11th prefect felt rather helpless as he said this. When they were designing this segment, they had never imagined that someone would be able to fight 1 against 100. This was simply too crazy. The people from the other orthodoxies were still dissatisfied, but they had nothing to say. What could they say? Was it because Lan Yu was too strong and it didn't give them any chances? It really is, as she said. This is a segment that tests one's luck, Heaven Cord Sex Lady Snowdrift said as she looked at Lan Yu's back. It was precisely because Lan Yu had drawn first place that she was able to achieve such a frightening result. If she had drawn someone slightly lower in the order, the other orthodoxies would not have had to suffer so much. He's in the lead with 19 points in the first round. He has 156 points in the second round. Hey, are you kidding me? This Black Heaven sect is too domineering. Even if the other members of Group Delta add up their points, they still can't match up to the Black Heaven sect. All hail the Black Heaven sect. Some people could not help but be shocked when they noticed the huge difference in points. The entire audience cheered for the Black Heaven sect strength. The other orthodoxies, on the other hand, did not look too good. The Black Heaven sect's performance was too domineering. They had accumulated such a terrifying number of points in just 2 rounds. With an absolute advantage, they were far ahead of all the orthodoxies present. I thought that without Chu Kuangren, the rest of the Black Heaven sect would not be a threat. But it seems like we've been too careless. Just Lan Yu alone is enough for us to handle. We must give it our all in the next round. By the time the first 2 rounds ended, the sky was already dark. Hence, the third round was scheduled for the next day. Since the third round was a challenge tournament, most of the Sky Prides from the various orthodoxies were studying their opponents that night. Among them, most Sky Prides were studying Lan Yu. The strength that she had displayed in the Beast Summoner Tower was too terrifying. If they did not have a plan to deal with that kind of combat strength, none of the Sky Prides in this championship had the confidence to defeat her. However, no matter how much they studied her, the strength that Lan Yu had displayed still made most of the Sky Prides feel a deep sense of helplessness. The Holy Radiant Physique is a supreme Taoist physique. Coupled with those sage techniques that are extremely compatible with her, she's practically invincible. It's too difficult to defeat her. I can only hope that I don't encounter her tomorrow. Inside the Black Heaven sect's residence, Chu Kuangren had summoned Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others. "Sect leader, is there anything I can help you with?" Nangong Huang asked without beating around the bush. "The challenge tournament is tomorrow. I have some information about the Sky Prides in Group 4. Take a look." He took out a jade scroll and handed it over. Nangong Huang took it curiously and read through it. Information about the Sky Prides flooded into his mind, including their cultivation level, cultivation techniques, strengths and weaknesses, weapons, and so on. It was very detailed. "Sect leader, Where did you get this from? Even the orthodoxies of these sky prides might not have such detailed information. After all, which sky prides did not have a trump card up their sleeves? They had never revealed this trump card, even to their closest friends. However, it was all within Chu Kuangren's grasp now. Don't worry about where I got it from. With this information, it'll be easier for you guys to deal with tomorrow. Take your time to study it. Chu Kuangren said. Where did this information come from? Of course, he was the one who saw it. With his eye of revelation activated, there was no way that these sky prides information could hide from him. With this information in hand, Nangong Huang and the others had a clear understanding of their opponents. Their chances of winning had greatly increased. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the Starlight Grade Technique, 9 Deaths Blazing Blood Art. When he woke up in the morning, he happily drew a prize. Chu Kuangren had drawn a Starlight Grade Cultivation Technique. 9 Deaths Blazing Blood Art? Why does this sound so familiar? Chu Kuangren murmured. Then, he suddenly remembered that he had read about this kind of cultivation method in the ancient books. Rumor had it that this technique was created by a sage more than 10,000 years ago. It could burn one's blood primordial to increase one's combat strength. It was said that the sage's wife was killed by a great sage. In order to take revenge, he did not hesitate to create this technique. Later on, he used this technique and successfully killed a great sage with the strength of an ordinary sage. That was how terrifying this technique was. However, this technique used one's own blood primordial as the price. Hence, once it was used up, one's lifespan would be greatly reduced. In the worst-case scenario, one's blood primordial would be depleted and one would die on the spot. Chapter 289. The 9 Deaths Blazing Blood Art is a great technique. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he recalled the records of the 9 Deaths Blazing Blood Art. The 9 Deaths Blazing Blood Art was a taboo technique for ordinary cultivators, but it was a great help to him. Burning one's life force? The other cultivators' expressions changed at the mention of it, but to Chu Kuangren, who had the immortal body, it was a piece of cake. He could burn it however he wanted. If he could burn it to death, he would lose. Without another word, Chu Kuangren immediately extracted the technique and absorbed a large amount of the profound knowledge related to this technique in an instant. I'll give it a try next time. Chu Kuangren smirked. He was not in a hurry to use it. It was the second day of the championship. The third segment had begun. Early in the morning, the auditorium was already filled to the brim. There were also many cultivators flying in the sky. It was a sea of people. The third segment is about to begin. I wonder what's going to happen this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, what happened yesterday was just too shocking. Especially young Emperor Lan Yu's performance. It was just too amazing. The third segment is the arena battle. It'll be a real competition between the sky prides. It'll be more exciting. As the crowd waited expectantly, the sky prides from each orthodoxy entered the arena one by one. The Black Heaven sect was one of them. As soon as they entered the arena, many people started chanting Lan Yu's name. It was obvious that Lan Yu had gained a large number of fans the day before after defeating 100 people on her own. Lan Yu, you're famous now. Chu Kuangren teased. Lan Yu remained calm. She did not care. She would become famous sooner or later as long as she stayed by Chu Kuangren's side. The 3 prefects appeared in the arena. Today is the third segment of the championship. Each group will send out 2 sky prides. Each group has 6 orthodoxies, which means 12 sky prides will compete. 10 points will be awarded for every win until the final winner is decided. We'll start with Group A now. The 13th prefect said. Soon, the third segment began. Chu Kuangren and the others went to the observation platform to watch the battles. While they were watching, Nangong Huang and the others compared the information Chu Kuangren gave them yesterday with the sky prides who were competing. To their surprise, they realized that the information that Chu Kuangren had given them was shockingly similar to the techniques that these sky prides had displayed. TSK. Where did the sect leader get this information from? It's too accurate. Nangong Huang exclaimed. There's nothing to be alarmed about. Sect leader always has some mystical abilities that we don't know about. Morong Xian said, as if he was used to it. That's true. They were even more confident about this competition. The geniuses of the other orthodoxies only knew a little about them, but they knew everything about their opponents. This was too great of an advantage. Defeat. A furious roar resounded in the arena. Chang Tian threw a punch, and a violent purple force immediately poured out. The huge force sent his opponent flying on the spot. He defeated his opponent effortlessly. After everything was done, Chang Tian looked in the direction of the Black Heaven sect. His gaze landed on Lan Yu, as if he was provoking her. This fellow really doesn't learn his lesson. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said, "He's provoking me. There's no need to trouble young master. If we meet in the tournament, I'll deal with him myself." Lan Yu said calmly, "All right, I believe you." Chu Kuangren nodded. Besides Chang Tian from the Overlord Sage tribe, there were also Sky Prides from other Sage orthodoxies who performed well. For example, Tempest Mountain's Ling Feng, Sky Emperor Palace's Jing Yin, a young man named Chang Ao, and the Nine Fortune Pavilion's young emperor. These people could be strong opponents for Nangong Huang and the others. It was already the next day when the matches for Group A, Group B, and Group C ended. It was finally Group D's turn for the Black Heaven sect. The Linghu clan, Thunder Falcon tribe, and a few other orthodoxies sent out their respective Sky Prides. Chu Kuangren also sent Murong Xian and Nangong Huang to fight. The crowd was surprised to see those two. They thought Chu Kuangren would send out Lan Yu again. After all, his opponent's strength was undeniable. As long as Lan Yu fought, victory was almost guaranteed. However, Chu Kuangren did not do anything. This is good too. It gives us a chance. Besides Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, the others can't be that strong. With our strength, we might not lose. That's right. The crowd of Sky Prides breathed a sigh of relief. Both Murong Xian and Nangong Huang frowned. It seems like we've been underestimated. Indeed, Murong Xian and Nangong Huang looked at each other. They were eager to find someone to test out the results of these days of training. Now, please draw your lots. The 13th prefect said. The crowd began to draw lots to choose their opponents. To prevent themselves from drawing their own orthodoxies, they would always choose someone from another orthodoxy before drawing lots. Soon, their opponents and the number of matches were determined. Group D's first match was between Murong Xian and Linghu Teng. In the arena, Murong Xian stood with his sword in hand, looking energetic. Opposite him, Linghu Teng glanced at Murong Xian and curled his lips. "It's you. What a disappointment." Murong Xian said, "Are you looking down on me? You're not even a young emperor. Why do you have for me to look up to you?" Linghu Teng sneered. After all, he was a young emperor, one of the most outstanding young men in the world. Although Murong Xian was a Taoist of the Black Heaven sect, everyone knew that a Taoist was much weaker than a young emperor of the other orthodoxies. "Do you know? I've been waiting for this match for a long time." Murong Xian smiled. He had been wanting to fight in the previous 2 rounds, but had never succeeded. He had been holding back until now. Now he finally had the chance to fight. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll let you." Whoosh! Before Linghu Teng could finish his sentence, Murong Xian, who was right in front of him, had already disappeared. When Murong Xian reappeared, he was already in front of Linghu Teng. His speed was so fast that Linghu Teng could not help but narrow his eyes. So fast, Linghu Teng channeled the spiritual energy in his body into the longsword in his hand. A mysterious Taoist rhyme filled the air as he swung his sword. A violent sword chi poured out like a tornado. Murong Xian seemed to have seen through his movements. Before he swung his sword, he had already leaped into the air, dodged the attack, and appeared behind him. Oh no! Linghu Teng's expression changed. The power of his sword was very strong. However, every time he used it, his body would freeze for a moment due to the impact of the spiritual energy in his body. Compared to the power of his sword technique, this momentary paralysis was something that not many people would notice in a battle. However, it was as if Murong Xian had been waiting for him to make his move. After dodging the attack, he appeared behind Linghu Teng and took advantage of the momentary paralysis to quickly attack. Scorching and explosive sword chi instantly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic sword chi continuously attacked Ling Hu Tung's body. In an instant, he was sent flying and crashed into a wall far away. I'm going to kill you. Ling Hu Tung roared in anger. When his body recovered from the paralysis, he was about to counterattack. However, he saw 6 huge fireballs above Murong Xian's head, looking extremely imposing. Divine Nine Suns technique, 6 suns slash. 6 huge fireballs wrapped in sword chi shot out, smashing into Ling Hu Tung's body one after another. When everything had dissipated, Ling Hu Tung's entire body was charred black as he lay on the ground. His eyes had rolled back and he had fainted. Chapter 290. Young Emperor, that's it. Murong Xian was shocked to see Ling Hu Tung lying on the ground. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he did not expect the young emperor to be defeated so easily. That's it. He thought about it and came to a realization. It was not that Ling Hu Tung was weak. There was a reason why Ling Hu Tung lost so quickly. Firstly, Ling Hu Tung underestimated him. Secondly, with Chu Kuangren's help, Murong Xian knew Ling Hu Tung's strength like the back of his hand. Thirdly, Murong Xian had improved so much in the past few days that his strength was almost on par with Ling Hu Tung's. When two people had similar strength, one underestimated his opponent while the other attacked with full force. One knew nothing about his opponent while the other knew everything about him. It made sense for Ling Hu Tung to lose so quickly. Murong Xian could understand it, and some of the sect leaders and sky prides could too. However, most of the audience did not. All they saw was Murong Xian's powerful attack and defeat the young Emperor Ling Hu Tung in the blink of an eye. This kind of terrifying and peerless combat strength caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. Oh my God, who is this person? He defeated Ling Hu Tung in just a few moves. How did the Black Heaven sect have such a powerful sky pride? That's too scary. Murong Xian. I know him. I heard that Chu Kuangren killed 2 sages in the Murong clan a year ago because of him. Oh my God, the Black Heaven sect was way ahead with 19 points in the first round. In the second round, Lan Yu fought 100 people alone and took all the points. Now, Murong Xian defeated the young emperor in just 2 to 3 moves. Is the Black Heaven sect on drugs? This is too crazy. Murong Xian enjoyed the cheers and praises from the crowd. He opened his arms and said, "The Black Heaven sect is the strongest. No one could stop us. We will definitely win this hegemony tournament." His declaration of victory pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Black Heaven sect. Black Heaven sect. Black Heaven sect. Everyone was shouting the Black Heaven sect's name. No one thought that Murong Xian was bragging because the strength that the Black Heaven sect had displayed had convinced everyone. The Black Heaven sect was unstoppable. Is everyone from the Black Heaven sect so arrogant? However, compared to the excitement of the audience, the sky prides of the opposing orthodoxies had ugly expressions on their faces. If the Black Heaven sect took all the limelight, then what was the point of their existence? Was he trying to show off the strength of the Black Heaven sect? In the skybox, Chu Kuangren laughed out loud. I didn't realize that Murong Xian was actually this flirtatious. He did not object to this. Murong Xian and the others, who had been trained, tortured by him for more than 2 months, were qualified to enjoy such cheers. They had the strength to be so arrogant. Group D, second match. It was Lady Snowdrift from the Heaven Cord sect against a genius from the 8-Wind Palace. Fairy Snowdrift held a guqin in her hands, and the sound of the guqin could disturb one's mind. There were also guqin waves that spread with spiritual power, attacking the prodigy from afar. Compared to Murong Xian's quick battle, this one lasted for less than an hour. In the end, Lady Snowflake emerged victorious. The third, fourth, and fifth matches lasted for 4 hours. The sixth match, Nangong Huang walked into the arena. It's finally my turn. The corner of his lips curled up slightly as he looked at his opponent. His opponent was a sky pride from the Thunder Falcon tribe. Although he was not as strong as the young Emperor Lei Mingtian, he was still quite strong. Unfortunately, his opponent was Nangong Huang. Thunder Falcon Tribe. I remember you had 2 young emperors in the past, right? One of them was the young Emperor Lei Ao from the old era, but he was killed by my sect leader. The current young Emperor Lei Mingtian was also defeated by my sect leader. Speaking of which, there's quite a bit of history between you and the Black Heaven sect. Nangong Huang smiled faintly. Cut the crap. Bring it on. The Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon Tribe stared at Nangong Huang with a solemn expression. Silver-white lightning gathered around his body, and with a stomp on the ground, his entire body shot out like a cannonball. Nangong Huang swung the Deep Abyss Rainbow in his hand towards the void, and a surge of sword chi exploded like a tsunami. The area of attack covered half of the arena, and the Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon Tribe was sent flying. With just one slash, the Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon Tribe was sent flying. His body was cut by the sword chi, and he could no longer fight. Sage Technique, title Sword Technique. Nangong Huang sheathed his long sword and smiled faintly. He ignored the Thunder Falcon Tribe's Sky Pride, sheathed his sword, and turned around to leave. All that was left was the cheering audience. The Black Heaven sect won again. One slash, just one slash. That's amazing. No one can stop the Black Heaven sect now. Sage Technique? A sage technique that's never been seen before. Which sage from the Black Heaven sect created this new technique? Some of the Orthodoxy sect leaders who knew about the Black Heaven sect were puzzled. Every Orthodoxy only had a few sage techniques. It was the same for the Black Heaven sect. However, they had never seen the sage technique that Nangong Huang used before. There were 2 possibilities. It was either Nangong Huang's own opportunity, or the Black Heaven sect had gained another sage technique. If it was the latter, it meant that Nangong Huang was not the only one who knew this sage technique. The other disciples of the Black Heaven sect might also know this sage technique. At that thought, the sect leaders of several orthodoxies narrowed their eyes. Had the Black Heaven sect grown so powerful without them realizing it? 6 orthodoxies, 12 Sky Prides, and 6 of them had already won. The 6 of them were Nangong Huang and Murong Xian from the Black Heaven sect, Lei Mingtian from the Thunder Falcon Tribe, Lady Snowflake and Xiao Tianai from the Heaven Cord sect, and Li Yin from the Supremacy Dao Palace. As for the Linghu clan and 8 Wind Palace, none of them advanced to the next round. Especially the Linghu clan. Their young emperor had been knocked unconscious by Murong Xian in just a few moves. They had lost all face. The 6 of them drew lots again for a new round of matches. At Lei Mingtian, Nangong Huang looked at the opponent he drew and could not help but look surprised. Looks like the Black Heaven sect and the Thunder Falcon Tribe are fated to meet each other again. My opponent is Lady Snowflake from the Heaven Cord sect. Tisk, it's quite embarrassing to hit a woman. Murong Xian laughed. Then I hope Brother Murong will go easy on me. Lady Snowflake walked towards Murong Xian and smiled faintly. Not a problem. Yeah, we're in the first round and it's about to start, Murong Xian said as he noticed the number of matches. Soon, the remaining Sky Prides left the arena. Murong Xian and Lady Snowflake stood about 10 feet apart from each other. Begin. The judge gave the order. Lady Snowflake immediately took out her guqin and plucked the strings with all 10 fingers. Guqin notes turned into sharp blades that sliced through the air. Heavenly Radiance Sword Technique. Murong Xian growled as his Crimson Sun Daoist physique was activated to its limit. A grand sun phenomenon appeared in the sky. With a slash of his sword, a majestic sword chi wrapped in a brilliant heavenly might slashed towards Lady Snowflake. Wherever it went, the guqin notes and sharp blades were shattered. Lady Snowflake's beautiful eyes widened when she saw this. Her first move was an ultimate move. Is this what you mean by going easy on me? Chapter 291. Lady Snowflake was dumbfounded. However, the sword chi was already approaching her. The terrifying power made her heart palpitate uncontrollably. She plucked the strings of her fingers, and a terrifying guqin sound erupted. Ripples appeared in the void as the guqin sound, mixed with sharp blades, attempted to block Murong Xian's sword chi. However, it was futile. In the end, Lady Snowflake was sent flying by the sword chi. Her clothes were torn apart by the sword chi, revealing large patches of her snow-white skin. The male cultivators at the scene could not help but cry out in excitement. Lady Snowflake was extremely embarrassed. She took out a cloak from her yin and yang ring and draped it over her body to cover her exposed skin. "I've lost this match." Lady Snowflake quickly calmed herself down and said. The Black Heaven sect had won another match. The second match of the second round of the third segment. It was Nangong Huang versus Lei Mingtian. Both of them stood in the arena with extremely powerful Taoist rhymes emanating from their bodies, intertwining and colliding in the void. Nangong Huang, I didn't expect your strength to improve to such a level in just over a year. And that Murong Xian is also impressive. Lei Mingtian said calmly. Did you come up here just to praise us? You. Lei Mingtian's expression darkened. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Do you people from the Black Heaven sect really think that no one can stop you? In any case, it won't be you. Nangong Huang took out the saint-level Deep Pool Rainbow, and the sword-based Taoist rhymes on his body rose rapidly. Soon, it overpowered Lei Mingtian. Lei Mingtian's expression changed, and he attacked first. As he punched out, a violent force of lightning poured out. Title Sword Technique. Nangong Huang attacked, and his sword chi whistled like a tidal wave. The collision of the two forces caused the ground of the entire arena to tremble. Sand and stones were blown by the wind, and dust billowed. The crowd could only see two silhouettes constantly intertwining and colliding with each other in the sandstorm. Each time they collided, a terrifying shockwave would be created. The force of the collision caused the void to tremble. Boom! At that moment, a silhouette was sent flying out of the dust. Lei Mingtian was slammed into the wall. There was a sword mark from his shoulder to his waist that almost cut him in half. How did Nangong Huang improve so quickly? What have they experienced in the past year? Lei Mingtian was in disbelief. In the smoke and dust, Nangong Huang slowly walked out. He held the Deep Abyss Rainbow in his hand as sword chi danced around his body. The young emperor of the Thunder Falcon tribe? He can't even compare to a clone of the sect master. He was sincere in his words. To others, Lei Mingtian was a powerful young emperor. However, compared to Chu Kuangren, he was not even comparable to a sword chi clone. It sounds absurd, but it is true. Because of this, no matter how much progress Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others had made, they did not dare to be complacent. That was because their sect leader was Chu Kuangren. He was a person that they would work hard for and spend their entire lives chasing after. Compared to Chu Kuangren, this little bit of progress they had made was nothing. Damn it! Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's name, Lei Mingtian became even more enraged. He leaped into the air and reverted to his true form. The silvery white lightning that surrounded his body gradually turned into a crimson-red color, making him even more ferocious and violent. Crimson lightning skyfall. With a long roar, Lei Mingtian flapped his wings, and a terrifying crimson lightning descended from the sky like a python towards Nangong Huang. The power of that attack was extremely terrifying. The lightning-based Taoist rhyme that emanated from it made every sky pride at the scene shudder. Even Nangong Huang had a solemn look on his face. Yin-yang rotation, sun and moon shattering. Both of Nangong Huang's eyes were flowing with black and white energy. It was his pinnacle Taoist physique, the yin-yang god. With a loud roar, Nangong Huang's eyes spewed out a divine yin-yang light that contained the endless yin-yang rotation Taoist rhyme. The crimson lightning and the divine yin-yang light collided into each other and exploded into a dazzling brilliance. Even the void seemed to be distorted by it. The terrifying shockwave spread out in midair. Both Nangong Huang and Lei Mingtian were affected by the recoil of that energy. Nangong Huang was fine since he only suffered minor injuries. However, Lei Mingtian was not so lucky. He was already severely injured by Nangong Huang, and now that he was hit by that shockwave, he fell from midair onto the ground. Damn it. Lei Mingtian struggled to get up and fight again. However, he was sent flying by Nangong Huang's sword Qi, and the battle was over. Nangong Huang had won. If we let the Black Heaven sect continue to win like this, the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. It'll be useless even if they win the following battles. At this point in the competition, who cares about the points anymore? All we care about now is our pride. If we let the Black Heaven sect continue to be so arrogant, our orthodoxies will become a laughingstock. That's right. Even if we can't win, we should at least let the Black Heaven sect have a taste of defeat. The Sky Prides and sect leaders of all the orthodoxies looked at the Black Heaven sect with fear and unwillingness in their eyes. This was especially so for the members of Group Delta. They knew that it would be very difficult for them to stand out in the group stage at this point. The Black Heaven sect was too strong. However, they should at least make them lose once, right? If they allowed the Black Heaven sect to continue like this, wouldn't it make them look too useless as sage orthodoxies? The third match of the second round. It was Xiao Tianai from Heaven Cord sect versus Li Yin from Daoist School of Dedication. One of them was a current young emperor, while the other was an ancient Sky Pride who was one of the 10 heroes. Both of them were engaged in an extremely intense battle. Black Emperor Indestructible Physique. Li Yin activated a unique technique that turned his body pitch black and indestructible. He forcefully withstood Xiao Tianya's Zither Wave attack and arrived in front of him, defeating him with a single punch. What technique is that? It's so powerful. Some of the Sky Prides were shocked. I've heard of it before. That's the Black Emperor Indestructible Physique. It's a body-tempering secret technique of Daoist School of Dedication that can turn one's body into a piece of godly metal. It's so powerful that it can even withstand an honorable Supreme's attack. The sect leader of Heaven Cord sect said. Then, he sighed helplessly. 2 Sky Prides from Heaven Cord sect had advanced to the second round, but unfortunately, neither of them made it to the third round. Meanwhile, 2 people from Black Heaven sect had advanced to the second round as well. However, the result was the complete opposite. Both of them advanced to the third round. Now it's the third round. Since there are 3 people, one of them will have to draw lots. The remaining 2 will fight against each other, and the one who wins will fight against the other to determine the final winner. The 13th prefect said. He took out a box, and the 3 of them drew lots. It'd be great if Li Yin had a bye. That way, the 2 from Black Heaven sect could fight each other, and he could advance to the final round. One of the Sky Prides said. The others agreed with him. It was not that they had a good impression of Li Yin, but they simply could not bear to see Black Heaven sect being so domineering and embarrassing them. Yo, I gotta buy. At that moment, Nangong Huang looked at the bead in his hand. There was nothing on it. Meanwhile, the beads in Murong Xian and Li Yin's hands were engraved with the word battle. F***CK. Black Heaven sect is so lucky. 2 of them advanced to the next round, and now one of them has a bye. Poor Li Yin. He's fighting against 2 people at once. Li Yin's mouth twitched a little. However, he could not blame anyone for being unlucky. Chapter 292. It was the third round of the championship's third segment. Murong Xian versus Li Yin. Once I defeat you, I'll defeat Nangong Huang. The Black Heaven sect's unstoppable momentum shall end here. Black Emperor Indestructible Physique. Li Yin growled. A powerful surge of energy qi erupted from his body, and a mysterious Taoist rhyme surrounded his body. It then attached itself to the surface of his body and quickly dyed his body black like ink. Murong Xian glanced at him and said, Do you know where Nangong Huang is now? Upon hearing that, Li Yin frowned. He scanned the entire arena, but did not see Nangong Huang, nor did he see him in the spectator stands. He's gone back. Murong Xian answered. What do you mean? He's not participating in the tournament? What's there to participate for? If I beat you, it'll just be me and him left. We're both in the Black Heaven sect, so it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Li Yin understood, but he was even more annoyed now. "I like to see how you're going to break my Black Emperor indestructible physique." As he spoke, he charged towards Murong Xian. His violent aura was like an ancient ferocious beast, terrifying to behold. However, Murong Xian's eyes turned cold. He did not retreat, but instead slashed out with his sword. Then, an earth-shattering sword chi surged towards Liyin. Liyin let out a low roar and stood still. Countless sword chi landed on his body, letting out a series of clanging sounds. "It's useless. Your sword chi can't break my body. You can't beat me," Liyin said loudly. In fact, this earth-shattering sword chi could not hurt him at all. It did not even leave a white mark on his body. Such a powerful physique-tempering technique shocked many people. Amazing, he can win. He can beat Murong Xian. The Black Heaven sect's invincible momentum will end here. The crowd of Sky Prides was extremely excited. In the spectators' stands, Linghu clan had laughed and said to Chu Kuangren, "It looks like Murong Xian is going to lose." "Oh, do you want to make a bet?" Chu Kuangren chuckled. "What bet?" "Let's bet on whether or not Murong Xian will win. If he wins, I want 100 million caddies of high-tier spirit stones from your Murong clan. How about that?" Many sage orthodoxies were shocked when they heard this. 100 million caddies of upper spiritual stones was not a small sum. Even a sage orthodoxy would find it difficult to fork out such a sum. Was Chu Kuangren really so sure that Murong Xian would win? Patriarch Linghu's heart began to beat a retreat. However, when he saw that Murong Xian's sword energy could not harm Liyin at all, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Chu Kuangren was just bluffing? He pretended to be calm, but in reality, he was not sure that Murong Xian would win either. However, with his usual style of doing things, it would not be appropriate for him to show it directly. He even used an outrageous bet to hide the uneasiness in his heart. He felt that he would be scared and not dare to bet with him. Patriarch Linghu thought about many things. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren's calm face and felt that he was right. If Chu Kuangren really thought that Murong Xian could win, then he should have shown an appropriate amount of uneasiness to trick Patriarch Linghu into betting with him. However, he was so calm, which meant that he was feeling uneasy and was pretending to be calm to scare Patriarch Linghu off so that he would not dare to bet with him. What a cunning Chu Kuangren. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren had no idea that Patriarch Linghu had gone through a brainstorm in that short period of time. All he saw was Patriarch Linghu laughing and saying, "Chu Kuangren, do you really think I'm scared? I'll bet with you. However, if Murong Xian loses, I don't want any soul stones. All I want is the Descendant Self sword on your waist." Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow. "You want my Descendant Self sword with just 100 million soul stones? You're really shameless." After all, the Descendant Self sword had fused with his sword soul and possessed a complete spiritual consciousness. It was almost foreseeable that it would become an emperor weapon in the future. Not to mention 100 million soul stones, even 1 billion soul stones would not be enough. "Why are you afraid?" "There's nothing to be afraid of. It's a deal then." Chu Kuangren chuckled. At his words, the Descendant Self sword trembled a little as if it was a little displeased that Chu Kuangren was using it as a gambling chip. "Don't worry, he won't win." Chu Kuangren placed his hand on the sword's hilt and comforted it for a while. Compared to his calmness, Patriarch Linghu was anxious. Chu Kuangren had agreed so readily. Was he really sure that Murong Xian would win? Was his previous speculation wrong? "I'd like to bet with Brother Chu as well." At that moment, a voice came from the void. It was a white-robed elder who had spoken. Everyone looked at him. That elder's surname was Hong, and he was the Sky Emperor Palace Lord. "Oh, even the Sky Emperor Palace is here to join in the fun. I don't think I've had any dealings with you guys," Chu Kuangren said. I'm just a gambler. I couldn't help myself when I heard someone talking about gambling. Please forgive me, Brother Chu." The Sky Emperor Palace Lord chuckled. "It's all right. Since Palace Lord Hong is so interested, I won't reject you. What would you like to bet on, Palace Lord Hong?" "I'll bet on whether Murong Xian will win. If he loses, I want that little bird on your shoulder." At that, the crowd could not help but look at Lil Red, who was perched on Chu Kuangren's shoulder. They were curious as to why the Sky Emperor Palace wanted that bird. Then someone thought of something and his eyes narrowed. Don't tell me that's the godly phoenix. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard that. Rumor had it that the godly phoenix had acknowledged Chu Kuangren as its master. A bird that was valued by the Sky Emperor Palace was naturally extraordinary. It was most likely the godly phoenix. You want to bet on the godly phoenix? Do you have what it takes? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. 1 billion top-tier soul stones and 2 sage weapons. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord said something shocking. Compared to Patriarch Linghu, his bet was much bigger. Even if it was a sage orthodoxy, if they suddenly lost 1 billion kilograms of spirit stones and 2 sage artifacts, it would definitely be a huge blow to them. Only a top-notch sage orthodoxy like the Sky Emperor Palace would dare to make such a bet. If it were any other sage orthodoxy, they would have to think twice even if the bet was reduced by half. That's not enough. I want all of the Sky Emperor Palace's cultivation techniques unconditionally. Do you agree? All right. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. Is there anyone else who wants to bet with me? The other sage orthodoxies looked at each other. They glanced at Murong Xian, Li Yin, and then at the Sky Emperor Palace Lord. Seeing that he dared to bet with Chu Kuangren, it seemed like he had a high chance of winning. I'll bet 300 million top-tier soul stones with Brother Chu. If Murong Xian loses, I want the Black Heaven Sect sage techniques. I don't need many, just 3 will do, the Taoist School of Dedication sect leader said. He had great confidence in Li Yin. He knew how terrifying the Black Emperor indestructible physique was, and he was certain that Murong Xian would not win. Deal, Chu Kuangren said. I'll bet 2. If Murong Xian wins, the Overlord Sage Tribe will give you 200 million top-tier soul stones. If he loses, I want your elusive mirage. 200 million isn't enough. I want 500 million. All right. The Overlord Sage Tribe leader gritted his teeth and said, Since everyone is so interested, the Thunder Falcon Tribe shall join in the fun as well. If Murong Xian loses, I want 100 million top-tier soul stones from the Black Heaven Sect. If not, the Thunder Falcon Tribe will give you 100 million top-tier soul stones. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded. Haha, Sect Leader Chu is so generous. I'll join the fun as well. Just like the Thunder Falcon Tribe, I'll bet 100 million top-tier soul stones. Why don't I join in as well? The Sky Prides from all the sage orthodoxies could not help but gulp when they saw Chu Kuangren making such a shocking bet with the sage orthodoxies leaders. Crazy, crazy. Chu Kuangren must be crazy. Chapter 293. Crazy, crazy. Chu Kuangren is crazy. The Sky Prides from the sage orthodoxies were dumbfounded when they saw how Chu Kuangren had made such a shocking bet with their sect leader. They could not believe that Chu Kuangren would dare to do such a thing. Out of the 24 sage orthodoxies present, 15 of them had made a shocking bet with Chu Kuangren. More than half of the sage orthodoxies wanted to take this opportunity to suppress the Black Heaven Sect, or rather, suppress Chu Kuangren. This was because the Black Heaven Sect strength had made them feel threatened. Oh my God, if the Black Heaven Sect loses, I'm afraid it won't just be a matter of breaking their bones. They'll be heavily injured. This is crazy. This Chu Kuangren is crazy. Where does he get his confidence from? At that moment, the 13th prefect, who was one of the judges, came before Chu Kuangren and smiled. I'd like to make a bet with Brother Chu as well. Oh, a judge wants to make a bet too. Heh. I'll bet 100 million top-tier soul stones with my name. What do you think? The 13th prefect smiled. To him, Murong Xian was bound to lose, so there was no reason for him to let go of such a great opportunity to make a fortune. 100 million top-tier soul stones was almost all he had in the past few years, but he felt that he would definitely win. He had read some records about the Black Emperor indestructible physique, so he knew how powerful it was. There was no way he would lose to Murong Xian. Sure, Chu Kuangren nodded. All right. The 13th prefect was delighted. He returned to the judge's booth, but the 11th and 12th prefects looked at him with displeasure. 13th prefect, as a judge, I'm afraid you'll be criticized by others for being too reckless. The 11th prefect said, It's no big deal. I'm making a bet as an individual, so it doesn't conflict with me being a judge. The two prefects frowned, but they did not say anything else. Everyone was watching the situation in the arena. Now, this battle was no longer just between Murong Xian and Li Yin. It involved the shocking bet of more than 10 orthodoxies. Fortunately, the two of them had been fighting all this time and didn't know about the bet. Otherwise, who knew how scared they would be? In the skybox, compared to Chu Kuangren's composure, Qin Wushuang, Jun Yi, and the others were much more anxious as they stared at the arena. Murong Xian, you must win. Jun Yi put her palms together as if she was praying. Chu Kuangren laughed and said, Is there need to be so nervous? Oh, my sect leader, do you know how much you just gambled with these orthodoxies? Putting aside the Kuan Wu sword, godly phoenix, mirage, and sage techniques, just the superior grade spirit stones alone are worth 2 billion. Jun Yi said with 2 trembling fingers. She could not imagine how chaotic the Black Heaven sect would be if they lost. It's only 2 billion. It's just, Jun Yi and the others stared at Chu Kuangren with widened eyes. Nothing more. Just hearing this number made their legs tremble in fear. Why was the sect leader still so calm and unperturbed? Should he say that he was truly worthy of being the sect leader? The few of them looked at each other helplessly. They could only pray that Murong Xian would win this match. Not far away, the sect leaders who gambled with Chu Kuangren were discussing among themselves. The Linghu clan head said to the Taoist school of dedication's sect leader, Brother, Li Yin is a disciple of your sect. Do you think he can win? He can. The Taoist school of dedication's sect leader laughed and said, The Black Emperor indestructible physique is an extremely terrifying sage ruler technique. Once it's cast, even someone who's a realm higher than Li Yin can't break it. That's right. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord nodded. I've read about this sage ruler technique in the archives. With Murong Xian's current cultivation level, even if he's a realm higher, he won't be able to break the Black Emperor indestructible physique. That was also the reason why he dared to bet with Chu Kuangren. Hearing the words of the two of them, the sect leaders were completely relieved. That means the Black Heaven sect is going to lose big this time. Haha, I can't wait to see Chu Kuangren's face when he's defeated. It's true that Chu Kuangren is a peerless sky pride, but it's too bad that he's too arrogant. It's time to teach him a lesson. That's right. In the battle arena, the battle between Murong Xian and Li Yin was in full swing. With his Black Emperor indestructible physique, Li Yin was able to withstand Murong Xian's sword chi on his body, making it impossible for him to be hurt. On the contrary, Murong Xian had to block every single one of his attacks. At that moment, Li Yin was able to suppress Murong Xian. Haha, where's your arrogance from before? Didn't you say that you're going to defeat me? Why is it so difficult for you to block a few of my punches now? Where's your sword chi? Keep using it. Li Yin laughed out loud and continuously waved his fists. Although Murong Xian looked a little battered, if one were to pay attention, one would notice that his eyes were calm and composed. There was not a hint of panic in them. Lose for me. Li Yin threw a punch, and a violent Taoist rhyme erupted like a mountain torrent, sending Murong Xian flying a few hundred meters away. Murong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still stood firmly. Let's see how long you can last. Li Yin decided to use his strongest attack. He raised his hand to the sky, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered in his palm, gradually forming a pitch-black spear. A Taoist rhyme that was filled with a destructive aura emanated from it. It was extremely terrifying. Black Divine Spear, Li Yin shouted. This was an attack that was paired with the Black Emperor indestructible physique. It was also Li Yin's strongest attack, and he rarely used it. At that moment, the battered Murong Xian revealed a smile. This is what I've been waiting for. Murong Xian's figure flashed, and he took a step forward, displaying an extremely fast movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a few hundred meters and raised his hand to slash at Li Yin's armpit. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. The originally indestructible Black Empress indestructible body actually began to crack under this sword strike, and it instantly collapsed. Even the strongest attack that Li Yin had prepared could not be unleashed due to the destruction of the Black Emperor indestructible physique. In just an instant, the tables had turned. You're the one who's going to lose. Murong Xian swung his sword, and a majestic sword chi enveloped Li Yin, severely injuring him who had lost the Black Emperor indestructible physique. With that one attack, Li Yin's aura became extremely weak, and he fell to the ground. He looked at Murong Xian in disbelief. You? How did you see through my Achilles heel? I don't know either, but someone told me. Murong Xian chuckled. The person he was referring to was none other than Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren had already given Murong Xian and the others detailed information about all the Sky Prides present, including Li Yin's weaknesses. Murong Xian seemed to be at a disadvantage, but everything was going according to his plan. He was just waiting for Li Yin to reveal an opening so that he could defeat him. Impossible. How can the Black Emperor indestructible physique have an Achilles heel? The Sky Emperor Palace Lord exclaimed. The Taoist School of Dedication sect leader was also shocked. The complete Black Emperor indestructible physique has no Achilles heel. However, Li Yin has only cultivated the incomplete version, so this Achilles heel will appear when he uses the Black Divine Spear. At that moment, Chu Kuangren said. Then, he looked at the Sky Emperor Palace Lord and the others with a gentle smile. Everyone, please hand over your bets. Behind him, Qin Wushuang, Jun Yi, and the other Taoists also stared at the Sky Emperor Palace Lord, Linghu clan head, and the others with glowing eyes. At that moment, there was only one thought in their minds. We've struck gold. Chapter 294. Chu Kuangren had long known that Li Yin's Black Emperor indestructible physique had a flaw, and he had also told Murong Xian and the others about it. This was also the reason why he dared to make this shocking bet. Based on the analysis of the Eye of Revelation, Murong Xian's chances of winning were as high as 90%. There was no reason for him to miss out on such an opportunity to amass wealth. That's impossible. Even if Li Yin had cultivated the incomplete, invincible Black Emperor body. How did you know? The Sky Emperor Palace Lord shouted. You don't need to know that. Chu Kuangren said calmly. No matter how hard the Sky Emperor Palace Lord and the others racked their brains, they would never know that Chu Kuangren possessed a divine ability called the Eye of Revelation. Sect leader Zhao, Li Yin's Black Emperor indestructible body has a flaw. Why didn't you tell us? Someone questioned the sect leader of the Taoist School of Dedication. Li Yin was a disciple of Tao School of Dedication. The headmaster of the Taoist of Dedication was furious. How would I know? Think about it. If you had such a flaw, would you tell anyone else? The person who questioned him was instantly speechless. Indeed, this kind of flaw, other than himself, had to be kept a secret even to those closest to him. How could he casually tell others? Then how did Chu Kuangren find out? There were still people who were puzzled. However, they had no choice but to face a problem. They owed Chu Kuangren a huge amount of gambling money. Damn it. My 100 million upper spiritual stones are gone just like that. You're only worth 100 million. I'm betting 300 million high-grade spirit stones with this guy. It's gone just like that. My heart hurts so much. All the sect masters of the orthodoxies had long faces, their hearts bleeding. Especially the Sky Emperor Palace Lord. His bet with Chu Kuangren was the biggest. In order to obtain the godly phoenix, he had bet 1 billion top-tier soul stones, 2 sage weapons, and even promised to give Chu Kuangren access to all of the Sky Emperor Palace's cultivation techniques. If it was fulfilled, the Sky Emperor Palace Lord felt a little dizzy. It was too terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. Those sage orthodoxies who did not bet with Chu Kuangren secretly heaved a sigh of relief, glad that they did not get involved. This Chu Kuangren was too strange. Under the circumstances where no one was optimistic about Murong Xian's chances, He had dared to make such a shocking bet with the orthodoxies. Most importantly, he had actually won. In the adjudicator's booth, the 13th prefect's face instantly turned pale. He had also bet 100 million top-tier soul stones with Chu Kuangren. After all, that was his entire savings over the years. Now, he was going to hand everything over to Chu Kuangren. How could he endure this? Damn it, how did Li Yin lose? Why did he lose? The 13th prefect was so angry that his face was cramping. The other two prefects shook their heads and said nothing. He only had himself to blame. At the same time, they were shocked. Chu Kuangren had struck gold this time. He's rich. Chu Kuangren has struck gold this time. The Sky Emperor Palace alone bet 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones with him. The other orthodoxies also bet a few billion. Everyone looked at Chu Kuangren with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How much did you offer? Chu Kuangren looked at the Sky Emperor Palace Lord and the others with a faint smile. A total of 4.5 billion upper-grade soul stones. At that moment, Jun Yi, who was standing behind Chu Kuangren, said with glowing eyes. When Chu Kuangren made the bet with the orthodoxies, she had already memorized all the numbers. Chu Kuangren looked at her approvingly before he looked at the crowd and said, "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to collect them myself?" Sect Leader Chu, we can't fork out the 100 million upper-grade soul stones that we promised you at the moment. We only have 50 million here. Can you write an IOU for the rest? One of the orthodoxies asked. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded. Sect Leader, let me write it down for you. Junie immediately took out a pen and paper and said excitedly, "All right." The other orthodoxies also fulfilled their end of the bet. However, the bet was too big, and they did not have that many soul stones with them. Hence, they could only hand over a portion first and write an IOU for the rest. The orthodoxy sect leaders looked terrible, especially the Sky Emperor Palace Lord and the Overlord Sage Tribe leader. Their hands were shaking when they wrote the IOU. This time, they had suffered a huge loss. Everyone, I hope that the Black Heaven sect can collect the rest of the soul stones within a month. Otherwise, I'm sure none of you would want me to visit you personally, Chu Kuangren said. The crowd could not help but shiver at his words. Chu Kuangren would visit them personally? That was probably the thing that the sage orthodoxies feared the most. The incident with the Murong clan and the Shang clan was still fresh in their minds. Sect Leader, there's still someone who hasn't paid up. Jun Yi, who was counting the bets, suddenly said. A cold glint flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes as he swept his gaze across the orthodoxies. Oh, don't tell me there's still someone who wants to renege on the bet. I wonder who it is. Can you step forward and let me have a look? Sect Leader, it's the 13th prefect. Jun, he pointed at the 13th prefect at the adjudicator's booth. Even the adjudicator can't renege on the bet. Chu Kuangren's figure turned into a stream of light and arrived at the adjudicator's booth. The 13th prefect was shocked to see Chu Kuangren. He then smiled and said, "Well, Brother Chu, you see, as an adjudicator, I shouldn't be involved in this matter." Do you think I can? No way. Chu Kuangren immediately interrupted him. 13th prefect just said that he would bet with me in his personal capacity. Why? Now that you're the adjudicator, you want to renege on the bet. Brother Chu, you've already won so much. It doesn't matter if you win more or less. Do you really want to go this far? The 13th prefect retracted his smile and said in a deep voice. He had spent so many years accumulating these soul stones, and he was unwilling to give them to Chu Kuangren. It's fine if you don't want to give them to me. You can even exchange your life for it. Chu Kuangren chuckled and said, Chu Kuangren, don't you dare. Let's see if I dare or not. As soon as he said that, an incredibly cold sword-based Taoist rhyme instantly enveloped the entire adjudicator's booth. It was as if the surrounding air had turned into countless sharp swords, ready to cut the 13th prefect into 1,000 pieces in the next instant. The 11th and 12th prefect stood up in shock. At that moment, the 13th prefect also remembered what kind of person Chu Kuangren was. This was an unreasonable fanatic, a madman. He could challenge sage orthodoxies and slay sages. What else did he not dare to do? The 13th prefect was just an honorable supreme. Even if there were sages in the first city, would the sages fight Chu Kuangren to the death for him? There was a high chance that they would not. Here for you. The 13th prefect reluctantly took off his yin and yang ring. Chu Kuangren scanned it with his spiritual thought and said, "There's only about 80 million. There's still 20 million left. Prefect, please prepare it and send it to the Black Heaven sect in a month's time." Chu Kuangren Yu. The 13th prefect was so angry that his body was trembling, but he dared not say a word. "You don't have to do that. It's only right that I lose the bet." Chu Kuangren then turned around and left the audience seats. The 11th and 12th prefect looked at the 13th prefect with pity. What happened today was definitely a huge blow to the 13th prefect, who valued money as much as his life. They would not be surprised even if the 13th prefect went crazy on the spot. Chapter 295. When Chu Kuangren returned to the skybox, he saw Murong Xian sitting on the ground with a pale face and beads of cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong with him? Is his injury too severe? Without hesitation, Chu Kuangren cast the spring breeze healing technique on Murong Xian, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. However, he still sat on the ground weakly. Sect leader, he's just scared out of his wits. Jun Yi chuckled beside him. Scared out of his wits? That's right. After Murong Xian defeated Li Yin, he heard about the bet between Chu Kuangren and the 15 sage orthodoxies. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He did not dare to imagine how much the Black Heaven sect would have to pay if he lost. Would that not make him the Black Heaven sect's greatest sinner? He could not even stand properly at the thought of that. Sect leader, you really dared to bet. What if I lost? My life isn't worth that many soul stones. Murong Xian said tearlessly. Did you lose then? No. Isn't that good enough? Chu Kuangren said calmly. That trust made Murong Xian's heart feel heavy. He was so close to tears that he wanted to rush up and give Chu Kuangren a hug. Chu Kuangren kicked him away. I've won quite a lot today. When we get back, you can eat and play whatever you want. I'll pay for it all. All hail the sect leader. The crowd was extremely excited. Sect leader, look, this bet was made for me after all. I don't think I can take any of it, Murong Xian said with a straight face. No way. Please don't, sect leader. Just a little. The faces of the other orthodoxies twitched when they saw the Black Heaven sect crowd fooling around. Yet, they could not do anything to them. In the judge's booth, the 13th prefect was no longer in the mood to host a competition, so the 12th prefect announced on his behalf, since only 2 participants from the Black Heaven sect have advanced to the 4th round of the 3rd segment, the Black Heaven sect will automatically add another 10 points. The 3rd segment of the competition has ended. Now, let me announce the points of each orthodoxy. Please take a look. As soon as the 12th prefect finished speaking, a light screen appeared in the air. On it was a list of the points obtained by each orthodoxy in each segment. Among them, the Black Heaven sect had an absolute advantage of 235 points, while the Overlord Sage Tribe was in 2nd place with 140 points. There was a gap of almost 100 points between them and the Black Heaven sect. Oh my God, the Black Heaven sect is too amazing. That's right, no one can stop the Mysterious Sky sect. The Mysterious Sky sect will definitely be the champion of this hegemony tournament. I think so too. Too strong. The Black Heaven sect is invincible. The other orthodoxies frowned when they saw the difference in points. Since the beginning of the competition, the Black Heaven sect had maintained a dominant lead in every segment. This was especially true in the 2nd segment, where Lan Yu fought against 100 opponents all by herself and obtained 156 points. Currently, the Black Heaven sect's points had far surpassed the other orthodoxies. If they allowed their opponents to continue winning like this, it was almost certain that the Black Heaven sect would become the champion of this championship. The Sky Emperor Palace, the Overlord Sage Tribe, and the Tempest Mountain sect leaders did not look too good. Although they were also in first place in their respective groups, the Black Heaven sect performance was many times stronger than theirs. They were unstoppable throughout the competition. The members of Group Delta, on the other hand, looked even gloomier. After all, the Black Heaven sect had gained all these points by stepping on them. We can't beat the Black Heaven sect anymore. Even if they lose in the next segment, their points will still be enough to crush us, the Linghu clan head said in a grim tone. Although we can't win, it would make us look useless if we were to leave the competition in such a pathetic manner. No matter what, we have to make the Black Heaven sect look pathetic, the Thunder Falcon tribe leader said as he stared in the direction of the Black Heaven sect. The other orthodoxies in Group Delta had the same thought as well. The third segment had ended. Chu Kuangren led the crowd and left. That night, it was another round of revelry. Chu Kuangren, who had won 4.5 billion top-tier soul stones, was not stingy at all as he went to the Four Seas restaurant. "Boss, I'll book this restaurant for you." When Chu Kuangren arrived at the restaurant, he said generously to the owner of the restaurant. The owner of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in First City, could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Then, he smiled and said, "My friend, you must be joking. As the largest restaurant in First City, you'll need at least 1 million top-tier soul stones to book this place for a night. Besides, we have many esteemed guests in our restaurant, so if you book the entire place, they might not be happy. Take it." Chu Kuangren immediately threw a yin and yang ring at the owner and smiled. "There are 5 million top-tier soul stones in here. If it's not enough, you can add more. As for the others, just tell them that I, Chu Kuangren, have booked the entire place." The owner took the yin and yang ring and gulped when he saw that it was filled to the brim with top-tier soul stones. That many top-tier soul stones were equivalent to 2 months of the Four Seas restaurant's income. When the owner heard Chu Kuangren's name, he was even more shocked. "Oh my God, it's him. Brother Chu, please come in. I'll ask the others to leave now. Tonight, the Four Seas restaurant will be at your service." The owner smiled and bowed as he welcomed Chu Kuangren and the others into the restaurant. Meanwhile, the waiters in the restaurant began to chase the guests away. The people who were enjoying their meal suddenly became displeased. Who's so arrogant to book the entire place? The Four Seas restaurant, too. Last time, a sage orthodoxy sect leader wanted to book the entire place, but they didn't even let them. How can they do it this time? I haven't even finished my meal. Faced with the crowd's dissatisfaction, a manager stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please calm down. As a token of our apology, everything is free this time. We welcome everyone to visit the Four Seas restaurant again." Manager Wang, who's so arrogant to book the entire place? One of the First City's disciples asked in dissatisfaction. He was considered a regular customer of the Four Seas restaurant. Over the years, he had only seen a handful of people who could book the entire Four Seas restaurant. "It's Black Heaven sect's sect leader Chu," the deacon said with a faint smile. A loud clang was heard. The wine glass in that disciple's hand fell to the ground. "Black Heaven sect's sect leader Chu is Chu Kuangren." "Yes." "Oh, so it's him. Forget I asked anything then. I'll take my leave first," the disciple said with an embarrassed smile. When the others heard that it was Chu Kuangren who booked the entire place, they immediately calmed down. "Oh, it's sect leader Chu. Sect leader Chu is so generous." "That's right. He's indeed a sect leader. Since sect leader Chu has such an interest, we won't disturb him. We'll take our leave first." No one dared to object to Chu Kuangren booking the entire place. Even the top cultivator clans in the First City did not dare to act presumptuously upon hearing the name Chu Kuangren. Time ago, Manager Wang sent the crowd out. Outside the restaurant, a few people walked towards them. Manager Wang walked up to them and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Our restaurant has been booked by sect leader Chu today, so we're not receiving any guests." Which sect leader Chu is so arrogant? These people were the sky prides from a few orthodoxies. They had lost in the competition today and were planning to drink away their sorrows at the Four Seas restaurant. They did not expect that someone would book the entire place. Lei Mingtian could not help but frown in dissatisfaction. Beside him, Lady Snowflake's heart skipped a beat. Sect Leader Chu. The Black Heaven Sect Leader Chu. That's right. The Sky Prides felt even more aggrieved. Not only did they lose to Chu Kuangren, but they also wanted to drink away their sorrows when the entire restaurant was booked by Chu Kuangren. How could they live like this? Chapter 296. F***CK. The Black Heaven Sect is too arrogant. Yeah, they're arrogant during the competition, and they'll be even more arrogant after the competition. No, I must find a way to teach them a lesson. Sai, the Black Heaven Sect is so powerful now. Who else has the ability to make them suffer? This is too difficult. Oof, there's still a way. At that moment, a cold smile appeared on Lei Mingtian's face. Everyone looked at him. Come, let's talk somewhere else. Lei Mingtian said, and everyone left the 4 Cs in. Sai, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Chief Wang looked at Lei Mingtian and the others as they left, then looked at the Black Heaven Sect members in the inn who were having a good time. He could not help but sigh. Inside the inn, all kinds of wine and delicacies were laid out on the table. Murong Xian and the others were beaming with joy. Don't drink too much. We still have the competition tomorrow. Nangong Huang looked at everyone and said worriedly, Haha, I'm happy. Murong Xian put down his wine jar and laughed. Yeah, Nangong Huang, you left early, so you didn't see the faces of those sect leaders today. They were as black as the bottom of a pot. Jun Yi added. Hearing this, Nangong Huang was indeed a little regretful. Such an earth-shattering gamble was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he miss it? Let them drink. I have a hangover pill here. Chu Kuangren smiled at Nangong Huang. Since the sect leader has spoken, let's all drink. Murong Xian laughed. Nangong Huang shook his head helplessly. Then he said to Chu Kuangren, Sect leader, tomorrow is the 4th segment of the championship. It's the team competition, the last segment of the group competition. With our current points, we're basically guaranteed to stand out. Under such circumstances, the other orthodoxies in Group Delta might do something out of line in order to save face. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly at Nangong Huang's words. This is foreseeable, but it's at this point that we can test the results of your training over the past few months. Let them come. We're not afraid at all. Murong Xian laughed. The others also had confidence in their eyes. They had prepared far too much for this championship. Under Chu Kuangren's training, they had even narrowly escaped death many times. If they did not win this championship, they would be letting themselves down, and they would be letting down Chu Kuangren, who had been worrying about them for the past few months. Sect leader, just you wait. In order to thank you for your training over the past few months, we'll give you the championship of this hegemony competition as a gift. Murong Xian said with determination. Then I'll be waiting. Chu Kuangren smiled. He himself did not care about the championship, but this championship was a chance for Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and the others to hone their skills. If they could win the championship, it would be a great encouragement to them, and it would help them establish a brave and diligent Taoist heart. This kind of mental breakthrough was very important to their future cultivation. It was more precious than any elixir. At the same time, this was also the reason why the other orthodoxies felt threatened and dissatisfied with the Black Heaven Sect's strength. The members of the Black Heaven Sect were too domineering, and this had dealt a heavy blow to the Taoist hearts of the other Sky Prides. It was very likely that their Taoist hearts would be clouded and become traumatized. In the best-case scenario, their cultivation would be hindered, and in the worst-case scenario, they might even develop inner demons. In the first city, at the arena of the championship, the orthodoxies entered the arena one by one. Just like the past few days, the audience seats were filled to the brim. The only difference was that the majority of the audience was more concerned about the Black Heaven Sect than the championship itself. They wanted to see if the Black Heaven Sect could continue to be so strong and finish the championship in an invincible manner. I guess before the championship started, no one would have thought that the Black Heaven Sect could come this far. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, the world only knows that Chu Kuangren is in the Black Heaven Sect, but very few people pay attention to the others. As time goes by, Everyone has developed a misconception that besides Chu Kuangren, everyone else is not worth mentioning. The Black Heaven Sect performance has given everyone a slap in the face. Look, the Black Heaven Sect is here. As the Black Heaven Sect entered the arena, countless people chanted their name. Meanwhile, Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and the others held their heads high. Some of them even opened their arms to greet the audience proudly. The mouths of the other orthodoxies twitched when they saw that. The limelight of this championship was completely stolen by the Black Heaven Sect. Aside from the Black Heaven Sect, the other orthodoxies were reduced to the background. In the arena, the 13th prefect was no longer in the judge's booth. Perhaps he had lost so badly yesterday that he was no longer in the mood to host the championship. Instead, it was the 12th prefect who was explaining to the audience. The fourth segment of the championship is also the last segment of the group stage. This is a group battle, and each group will send 5 members each for a total of 30 people. These 30 people will be transported to a certain place to engage in a free-for-all battle. Every time they defeat someone from another orthodoxy, they will be awarded 10 points. This segment will end when only one orthodoxy remains, and the orthodoxy with the highest points will advance to the semifinals. When the 12th prefect finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped the void. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared, and a surge of spatial energy spread from it. It was obvious that this circle of light was connected to another dimension. It was similar to a secret realm constructed by a sage. Now, may the members of Group Alpha please send their members into the arena, the 12th prefect said. Soon, the 6 sage orthodoxies of Group Alpha each sent out 5 members, and each of them received a bracelet from the 12th prefect. The bracelet was a teleportation device. Once they were sure that their lives were in danger, they could use the bracelet to teleport out of the circle of light. Of course, this would be regarded as a failure. One by one, the Sky Prides entered the circle of light. More than 10 light screens appeared in the sky above the arena. Each light screen showed a small town in the middle of the night, and a blood moon hung high in the sky. The blood-red moonlight shone on the small town, making it look rather eerie. This was the secret realm, Blood Moon Ancient Towns. The Sky Prides who entered the Circle of Light also appeared in different parts of the Blood Moon Ancient Towns. They were not teleported together, but were randomly sent to different corners of the town to prevent a free-for-all from breaking out at the beginning. Otherwise, what would the audience watch if it ended so quickly? Look, the Overlord Sage tribe is going to clash with the Yiksha tribe. They're going to clash, and they're going to fight. Someone exclaimed. On the light screen, the Sky Prides from 2 different orthodoxies met and began to fight. In the end, one of them was beaten so badly that he could not get up. The winner was awarded 10 points. Group Alpha's matches lasted for half a day, followed by Group Beta, Group Gamma, and finally Group Delta, which everyone was looking forward to. Or rather, it was the Black Heaven Sect who was in Group Delta. To the crowd, the winner of Group Delta was already confirmed to be the Black Heaven Sect, but they still wanted to see what kind of amazing performance the Black Heaven Sect had. The 5 representatives of the Black Heaven Sect stepped forward and stood before the Circle of Light. They were Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, Jun Yi, Jin Fian, and finally, Lan Yu. Chapter 297. Look, it's young Emperor Lan Yu. She's also going to participate in this battle. That's great. I can see my goddess's valiant and formidable fighting posture again. Bulsh asterisk T, that's my goddess. Other than Lan Yu, Nangong Huang, and Murong Xian, I wonder how strong the other 2 girls are. The crowd discussed among themselves, anticipating the Black Heaven Sect's performance. In the skybox, Qin Wushuang said to Chu Kuangren, Sect leader, I can understand why you sent Jun Yi, but why did you send Jin Fian? Honestly speaking, she's not even as strong as I am. Wushuang, don't tell me you're unhappy that I didn't send you. Chu Kuangren laughed. I wouldn't dare. I'm just speaking the truth. Jin Fian is no match for you in a one-on-one battle, but she and Jun Yi are more suitable in this segment. Qin Wushuang was a little surprised. He knew that Chu Kuangren would never speak without evidence. Since Chu Kuangren said so, he must have his reasons. Then I'll wait and see. Qin Wushuang smiled. In the arena, the crowd entered the circle of light after collecting their bracelets. Soon, the people from several orthodoxies appeared in the Blood Moon ancient towns. The moon looked so round. Jean Fian looked at the blood moon in the sky. The creepy red moonlight made her shiver uncontrollably. She took out a sword. It was a gorgeous fiery red longsword. Jean Fian channeled her spiritual power into the longsword, and it vibrated before the hilt turned in a certain direction. Oh, over there. Jean Fian dashed towards the direction the hilt was pointing at. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Blood Moon ancient towns, the sky pride from various orthodoxies had also begun to move. In the spectator stands, the audience was staring at the screen. Look, someone's going to meet them. It's the sky prides from the Thunder Falcon tribe and the Eight Wind Palace. I think they're going to fight. Some of the audience members said expectantly. The others looked like they were ready to watch a good show too. However, on the screen, the sky prides from the Thunder Falcon tribe and Eight Wind Palace did not fight. Instead, they looked at each other, gathered together, and continued to search the Blood Moon ancient towns. This scene caused many people to be astonished. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? They even gathered together, looking like they want to cooperate. It was not just the Thunder Falcon tribe and the Eight Wind Palace. Everyone also noticed that the geniuses from the other orthodoxies did not make a move after encountering them. Instead, they were searching for something in the ancient town. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? They were here to watch a fight, not to watch them make friends hand in hand. The sky prides of the Thunder Falcon tribe, Eight Wind Palace, and Linghu family all seemed to be getting along with each other. What were they up to? Wait, don't tell me they want to join forces to kick the Xiantian sect out first. Suddenly, someone reacted and said. The crowd burst into an uproar. Because from the looks of these people's behavior, it was highly likely that they were planning on doing so. The Black Heaven sect's performance had been too domineering, and they had completely crushed the other orthodoxies. It was not impossible for these people to gang up on them. Thinking of this, countless people cursed him for being shameless. F***CK, this is too shameless. 5 orthodoxies teaming up against the Black Heaven sect? Hey, are you kidding me? This is too much. I think the Black Heaven sect is doomed this time. But what if the Black Heaven sect wins? While many people cursed them for being shameless, they were also looking forward to it. Along the way, the Black Heaven sect had gained the upper hand with their overwhelming strength. Many people thought that the Black Heaven sect would win for sure. But now that something like this had happened, the situation was heading towards an unknown direction. They wanted to see if the Black Heaven sect could create a miracle in this desperate situation. 5 against 1. That's 25 against 5. Is this the style of the sage orthodoxies here? You've really opened my eyes. Chu Kuangren suddenly laughed out loud. However, everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Sect leader Chu, this is what they call the tallest tree in the forest. The Thunder Falcon tribe leader sneered. Sect leader Chu, please don't be angry. It's just a competition. All's fair in war. It's just an alliance. Sect leader Chu, don't tell me you're a sore loser. The other sage orthodoxies sect leaders chuckled. It seemed like they had silently agreed with the Sky Pride's actions. Although it was shameless to do so, the championship's rules did not say that the other orthodoxies could not join forces. The crowd looked at Chu Kuangren, anticipating his furious expression. However, they could not help but be stunned by what happened next. Other than mocking the orthodoxies earlier, Chu Kuangren's expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He did not look the slightest bit angry at all. Seeing this, the sage orthodoxies sect leaders felt like they had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength. Sect leader Chu, you really have a good temperament. To be able to remain so calm at a time like this, your self-restraint is admirable. The Linghu clan head said sarcastically. In other words, Chu Kuangren was pretending. I say, do you dare to make another bet? At that moment, Chu Kuangren suddenly said. The crowd was stunned when they heard that. No way again. Chu Kuangren had won 4.5 billion top-tier soul stones in the last round, and they had yet to recover from the pain. Now, Chu Kuangren wanted to make another bet with them. The sect leaders looked at each other, unsure if they should agree to it. Logically speaking, the Black Heaven sect should have no chance of winning against such a desperate situation. However, in the previous round, the crowd also thought that Murong Xian would not be able to defeat Li Yin. Yet he still won in the end. At that thought, the crowd did not dare to act recklessly. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I've won so many soul stones. Are you guys so willing to give up on winning them back? Chu Kuangren sneered. Many people were infuriated when they heard that. All right, I'll make another bet with you. I bet that the Black Heaven sect will not last until the end, so I'll still bet 100 million top-tier soul stones. The Linghu clan head said loudly. He was furious. I want to make a bet too. I don't believe that the Black Heaven sect can turn the tide again. The Overlord Sage tribe, Sky Emperor Palace, and Thunder Falcon tribe also voiced out. The other orthodoxies looked at each other. No one dared to make a bet with Chu Kuangren anymore. If they lost, they would not be able to afford it, even if they were sage orthodoxies. Thunder Falcon tribe, Sky Emperor Palace, Linghu clan, and Overlord Sage tribe. It seems that you guys are the only ones left. Very well. Chu Kuangren smiled. Behind him, the few Taoists looked at each other helplessly. My heart won't be able to take it if I stay with you, sect leader. It's just too exciting, Zhuohan said. It turns out that gambling is addictive. Shang Qingshu sighed too. They looked at the light screen. Behind the Blood Moon ancient towns, a few people were heading towards Jean Fian's direction. It seemed that they would meet soon. It seems that the Black Heaven sect will have to eliminate one of them first. The Linghu clan head sneered. Let's wait and see, Chu Kuangren said calmly. I want to see how far you can keep up the act. Chu Kuangren ignored the others. He looked at the light screen and realized that besides Jean Fian, Lan Yu, Murong Xian, and the others were also preparing to face the combined attack of the other orthodoxies. Chapter 298. Inside the Blood Moon ancient towns. Jean Fian was looking for someone based on the guidance of her longsword. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and her eyes narrowed. 3 figures appeared around her. They were the Sky Prides from the Thunder Falcon tribe, 8 Wind Palace, and Linghu clan. Jean Fian's mind raced as she quickly figured out what these orthodoxies were thinking. She could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? The Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon tribe snorted. Nothing. It's just that this is the first time I'm being ganged up on by other Sky Prides. I feel a little proud and a little happy. Jean Fian smiled charmingly. So it's a crazy one. Let's go. The Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon tribe snorted. They attacked from 3 directions at the same time. Sword chi, lightning energy, and fist strength were unleashed at the same time. The long sword at Jean Fian's waist was unsheathed with a clang, and a fiery red sword ray surged out with a scorching heat wave. Although Jean Fian had improved a lot under Chu Kuangren's training, it was still a tough fight for her. After exchanging a few blows, she dashed towards a certain direction. It's no use trying to escape. Everyone in the Blood Moon ancient towns is targeting the Black Heaven sect. Where do you think you can escape to? The 3 Sky Prides immediately gave chase. Jean Fian fought and retreated at the same time. On the other side, Murong Xian and Nangong Huang were also caught in a pincer attack from a few orthodoxies. Murong Xian, the Black Heaven sect, is doomed to lose today. That's right. You won't be able to pass this round. On a certain tall building in the Blood Moon ancient towns, Lan Yu wore a gorgeous silver-white armor and held the scepter of light in her hand. Her wings were spread out, emitting a white light under the blood moon. An inviolable holy aura filled the void. Around her, there were 9 people. These 9 people were from various orthodoxies. Among them were the young emperors Lei Mingtian, Linghu Teng, and Li Yin. Lan Yu, let me fight you. Lei Mingtian, who was also a young emperor, was the first to attack. Violent bolts of lightning gathered in his palm before he blasted it out. Holy protection. A white barrier of light appeared around Lan Yu. Lei Mingtian's attack was blocked by the barrier of light. Next, Lan Yu raised her hand and unleashed a fist-sized ball of light. Everyone, be careful, Lei Mingtian shouted. Everyone mobilized their spiritual energy in an attempt to block the ball of light. However, the ball of light suddenly exploded in Lan Yu's hand. Rays of dazzling white light exploded, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, Lan Yu made her move. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was blinded by the white light, Lan Yu moved through the crowd at a speed that was beyond the perception of her spiritual sense. With every swing of the scepter of light, a genius would be sent flying with every strike, falling face first onto the ground. Not long after, the 9 heavens favorites were sent flying. 3 of them lost the ability to fight and lay on the ground, moaning in pain. So powerful. As expected of the Yao summoning tower, 1 against 100. This kind of strength is indeed powerful. Lei Mingtian couldn't help but say seriously, no matter what, I must make the Black Heaven sect suffer today. Li Yin sneered. He stepped forward and activated the Black Emperor indestructible physique. His entire body glowed with a metallic luster, and he threw a punch that caused the void to rumble. Scorching light. White flames appeared on Lan Yu's body and turned into a giant fireball that smashed through Li Yin's fist energy. The fireball landed on Li Yin's body and sent him flying with the Black Emperor indestructible physique's protection. After Li Yin was sent flying for dozens of feet, he smashed into a wall. The wall caved in from the impact. It's useless. You can't hurt me. Li Yin stood up and laughed. He had learned his lesson this time. He knew that his weak point had been discovered by the Black Heaven sect, so he no longer used the Black Heaven Divine Spear. That way, his weak point would not appear. He could only rely on his indestructible physique to fight his opponent. But then, he realized that something was not right. There were white flames burning on his body. Although they could not break through his defense, they were like maggots that could not be removed. Not only that, but the white flames were also continuously weakening his Black Emperor indestructible physique's Taoist rhyme. Although it was very slow, it was very effective. Li Yin's expression changed. What kind of flame is this? The Black Emperor indestructible physique is very powerful. Unfortunately, in the face of the scorching light, it can only be disintegrated. Lan Yu said calmly, "Be careful of this flame. Don't go head-on with it." Ling Hu Tong said. He leaped into the air and released sword chi to attack Lan Yu from afar. The others did the same. They had the advantage in numbers. They did not need to defeat Lan Yu quickly. As long as they depleted her spiritual energy, victory would eventually belong to them. On the street, Jean Fian was dodging the attacks of 3 Sky Prides behind her. The 3 of them used sword chi, fist energy, and even the power of lightning to attack her. Jean Fian dodged left and right, occasionally counterattacking. If it was a one-on-one fight, she could easily defeat any one of the 3. However, when they teamed up, she was under a lot of pressure. Jean Fian, you can't get away. The 3 Sky Prides chased after her relentlessly. You'll get beaten up if you keep chasing girls like this. Jean Fian laughed. I like to see how long you can laugh. The Thunder Falcon tribe's Sky Pride let out a low growl, and the violent power of thunder gathered in front of him, turning into a thick lightning pillar that blasted out. Jean Fian held her long sword in front of her and blocked it with her sword chi. However, the lightning still sent her flying hundreds of feet away. She crashed into a wall, and her face was pale. Over there, Jean Fian did not continue to fight with them. Instead, she headed toward a certain direction. The Thunder Falcon tribe's Sky Pride was surprised. I can't believe this delicate girl can still run away after taking my attack. Keep going. Let's see where she can run to. The Linghu clan's Sky Pride scoffed. The 3 of them continued their chase. A while later, sounds of fighting could be heard from the direction they were pursuing. Upon closer inspection, they saw a group of people chasing after a woman. The woman was none other than Black Heaven sect's Taoist, June E. Haha, what a coincidence. The Thunder Falcon tribe's Sky Pride laughed. He looked at Jean Fian, who was in front of him, and said, "You shall perish here with your fellow sect members." Jean Fian did not reply and sped up towards Jun Yi's direction. Compared to the 3 people who were chasing after Jean Fian, there were 5 people chasing after Jun Yi. The pressure on her was much greater than Jean Fian's, and it was obvious that she had sustained quite a few injuries. If it were not for the fact that they had been tortured by the Sword Chi clones during their training, they would have been defeated a long time ago. Jun Yi. Jean Fian called out. "Fian, you're finally here." Jun Yi, who was struggling to hold on, was overjoyed when she heard Jean Fian's voice. The two of them met up with their backs facing each other. Around them were 8 Sky Prides from different orthodoxies. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference in strength between them. Chapter 299. Sect Leader Chu. It looks like your Black Heaven sect's 2 female disciples are about to lose, Linghu clan head said with a smile. The other sect leaders looked at him too. No one thought that Jean Fian and Jun Yi could turn the tables. The difference in their strength was too great. 2 against 8. Moreover, their cultivation levels were no weaker than Jun Yi and Jean Fian. How could they possibly win in such a desperate situation? The audience was also discussing among themselves. Many of them were feeling sorry for the Black Heaven sect for being invincible, but they did not expect to be defeated by a few orthodoxies. Yes, they're going to lose. However, it's your disciples who are going to lose. Chu Kuangren smiled. The sect leaders could not help but shake their heads and laugh at his words. Wait, guys, look. At that moment, someone looked at the light screen in surprise. Jun Yi and Jean Fian, who were originally in a desperate situation, each emitted an incredibly mysterious Taoist rhyme. One was as hot as fire, while the other was as gentle as water. The 2 completely different Taoist rhymes were supposed to oppose each other, but they were now nestled together in a strange way. 1,000 miles true flame heavens. 3,000 gentle water drowns the heavens. Jean Fian and Jun Yi shouted in unison, and terrifying sword chi shot out with the 2 of them as the center. The sword chi was formed by the fusion of 2 completely different Taoist rhymes, and its power was several times stronger than a single Taoist rhyme. Under the impact of this power, the 8 Sky Prides were sent flying. The sword chi that was closest to them had their flesh torn apart and their bones broken. They lost the ability to fight back on the spot. What's going on? How did their sword chi suddenly become so much stronger? It's a formation. This is some kind of joint attack formation. F*CK. What kind of joint attack formation is this powerful? Their sword chi's power has increased by at least 7 times. The sword chi on Jean Fian and Jun Yi's bodies circulated, and their Taoist rhymes resonated with each other. Under such circumstances, the sword chi that they unleashed individually was 7 to 8 times stronger, and their joint attack was even more terrifying. This is the first time I've used this ever-changing water-fiery yin-yang sword formation against an enemy. Looks like it's quite effective. Jean Fian smiled. She could feel that in the process of resonating with Jun Yi's Tao runes, an endless stream of energy was surging out of her body. Let's deal with them first, Jun Yi said lightly. All right. The 2 women struck at the same time. As he swung his long sword, a large amount of sword chi that contained the Taoist rhymes of water and fire circled in the air. The few Sky Prides present found it hard to defend against it. Falling in lightning. The Thunder Falcon tribe's Sky Pride shot out a black thunderbolt. However, it was shattered by sword chi. The Taoist rhymes of water and fire wrapped around the sword chi, releasing red and blue rays of light that blasted his body. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Pride from the Thunder Falcon tribe was reduced to his original form. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of the guqin reverberated in the void as the young emperor of the Heaven Court sect, Xiao Tianai, plucked at the strings of the guqin in a frenzy. Countless Guqin sound blades flew towards the two women. That sounds awful. It's not even 1/10,000th as good as the sect leader. Jean Fian frowned as she and June attacked together. The two sword chis overlapped and transformed into a magnificent sword light. Countless zither sound blades were shattered one after another. The sword light slashed towards Xiao Tianai, cutting the zither in his hand into two halves and even sending him flying. With just one sword attack, the young Emperor Xiao Tianai was defeated. This sword formation, known as the Everlasting Water Fire Yin-Yang Polarity Transformation, struck fear into the hearts of all the Sky Prides present. Not long after, the 8 Sky Prides were all defeated by the two women. In the arena, all the sect leaders and Sky Prides stared at the scene in disbelief. They did not expect Jean Fian and June to be able to unleash such terrifying power. What kind of sword formation is this? The Linghu clan head gulped. The Linghu clan was also a sword orthodoxy that was as famous as the Black Heaven sect. However, even the Linghu clan head had never heard of such a sword formation, let alone seen it with his own eyes. Rumor has it that Chu Kuangren also has a powerful sword formation called the Four-Season Sword Formation. Could he have inherited some formation grandmaster's inheritance? Otherwise, how could he have so many terrifying formations? The Overlord tribe leader said with a serious expression. The others also felt that it was possible the more they thought about it. In the skybox, Qin Wushuang finally understood why Chu Kuangren said that Jean Fian was more suitable than him for this round. It turned out that she could join forces with June to unleash such a terrifying sword formation. But sect leader, when did they learn this sword formation? Qin Wushuang asked in surprise. Not long after the training started, I had them learn this sword formation. I even greatly reduced the time they had to fight the sword chi clones. Chu Kuangren smiled. The Everlasting Water Fire Yin-Yang Polarity Transformation Sword Formation was a starlight great sword formation that he had obtained from the gacha roll. It required 2 sword cultivators who cultivated both fire-based and water-based swordsmanship to unleash it. It just so happened that Jean Fian and June fulfilled this requirement. Since they were both Taoists, their cultivation level and strength were similar, and they were close friends. They had great chemistry. In just over 2 months, under Chu Kuangren's guidance, they could already use this sword formation quite well. Wait a minute, sect leader. The Blood Moon ancient towns are randomly teleported. If they can't find each other, doesn't that mean they can't use this sword formation? Qin Wushuang had another question. Did you notice the swords in their hands? Swords? Qin Wushuang glanced at them. Yeah, they've changed their swords. They didn't use these 2 swords before. That's right. These 2 swords came from the Black Heaven Sword Mountain and were forged using a material called the Yin-Yang Stone. They are categorized into a Yin sword and a Yang sword. Both swords can sense each other, so there's no need to worry that they can't find each other, Chu Kuangren said. Qin Wushuang came to a realization. I see. Sect leader, you're such a genius. Everything is under your control. I'm impressed. I'm just making the necessary preparations for the championship. What kind of genius is that? Don't flatter me, kid. Although Chu Kuangren said that, it was obvious from the slight smile on Chu Kuangren's face that he enjoyed Qin Wushuang's flattery. Compared to Chu Kuangren's satisfaction, the Overlord tribe leader, Linghu clan head, and the Thunder Falcon tribe leader had a much worse expression on their faces. They had a feeling that they would lose this time as well. They suppressed their uneasiness and continued to watch the battle. I don't believe that the others can win. That's right. We don't know who'll have a last laugh. They once again turned their attention back to the Blood Moon ancient towns. However, the situation was not as optimistic as they thought. In the ancient towns, the Sky Prides who had surrounded Lan Yu had almost been defeated. Apart from Li Yin, who was still struggling, the others were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. D***minute, how is she so strong? Li Yin stared at Lan Yu in disbelief. At this time, Lan Yu had also suffered quite a few injuries. However, With the scepter of light in her hand, her aura was unstoppable and intimidating. Liyin was shocked and felt a sense of fear. Chapter 300. Judgment of Light. Defeat. Lan Yu let out a soft cry as a majestic light-based Taoist rhyme erupted and formed into a white spear in her palm. Runes flowed on the spear, and it emanated a majestic yet destructive aura. The spear shot out like a ray of light in the dark night. Liyin could not dodge it at all and had to take the attack head-on. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy. Li Yin's Black Emperor indestructible physique was already weakened by the light burn. Now that it was hit by the judgment of light, the pitch-black Taoist rhyme on his body instantly disintegrated. The Black Emperor indestructible physique was shattered. Li Yin was defeated. After defeating all 7 Sky Prides, Lan Yu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Her face turned pale, and she could not help but half kneel on the ground. Her aura that was initially powerful had also weakened. Obviously, this battle had taken a lot out of her. Although there were only 7 Sky Prides, there were 2 young emperors, Ling Hu Tung and Lei Ming Tian, as well as one of the 10 heroes, Li Yin. The other 4 Sky Prides were also top-notch young experts in the world. These 7 people together were enough to kill an Honorable Supreme, not to mention a veteran Honorable Supreme. The 5 orthodoxies have joined forces to deal with the Black Heaven sect. Murong Xian and the others must be targeted too. I need to find them as soon as possible. Lan Yu thought to herself. She took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. An incredibly rich medicinal strength instantly erupted and turned into surging spiritual power that was injected into her already dried-up spiritual mound. With the help of the medicinal pill, Lan Yu's complexion looked much better. She did not bother to adjust her breathing as she slowly converted her spiritual power and left the scene. In the skybox of the battle arena, the Linghu clan head, the Thunder Falcon tribe leader, and the others were dumbfounded. Cheating! Cheating! Lan Yu is cheating! The Linghu clan head yelled. Watch your mouth. How is she cheating? Chu Kuangren said coldly. Lan Yu used a medicinal pill. Isn't that cheating? The rules didn't state that we can't use medicinal pills. You guys can use them too, Chu Kuangren said calmly. Where do we have that kind of pill? A pill that can instantly restore a venerable's spiritual power. Only an alchemy grandmaster can refine this kind of pill. Patriarch Linghu said in a deep voice. As an important cultivation resource, elixirs did indeed have a variety of uses. However, most elixirs required a refining process. The battlefield was ever-changing, so how could one use elixirs to recover? Just like the pill that Lan Yu had used, one pill was able to replenish more than half of her spiritual power. This kind of pill was simply too rare. At the critical juncture of life and death, it could be a life. Oh, you don't allow others to use it because you don't have it. Chu Kuangren sneered. You, Patriarch Linghu, was rendered speechless. Rumor has it that Chu Kuangren is an alchemy grandmaster. It's very likely that he refined these pills for Lan Yu and the others. No wonder he's always been so fearless. It turns out that he has this trump card up his sleeves. The eyes of the Sky Emperor Palace Master and the Overlord Body Tribe leader sank down. A pill cultivating grandmaster was way too important for an orthodoxy. Deep down, they felt it was inconceivable. Chu Kuangren was so young, yet not only was his combat strength strong enough to kill a sage, but he was also an alchemy grandmaster. Was he still human? Inside the Blood Moon ancient town, Lan Yu was currently looking for Murong Xian and the others. Soon, she heard the fluctuations of battle coming from not far away. She saw Murong Xian and Nangong Huang in a bitter battle. Surrounded by 10 Sky Prides, their bodies were riddled with wounds. Without another word, she joined the battle. Although her spiritual power had not fully recovered after being replenished by the elixirs, it was at least 50 to 60%. Her vast light-based Taoist rhyme instantly erupted and blasted one of the Sky Prides away. At that moment, not far away, A red and blue sword ray intertwined and swept towards another Sky Prides, sending them flying as well. It was June, E, and Jean Fian. The 5 Sky Prides of the Black Heaven sect had all gathered. The 5 of them stood together. Even though they were riddled with wounds, their eyes were fearless as they looked at the surrounding Sky Prides who were attacking them. No one can stop the Black Heaven sect. Even if all 5 orthodoxies join forces, what's there to be afraid of? Murong Xian laughed as the spiritual power on his body surged and turned into 7 fireballs that floated in midair like the sun. Come and fight. With a loud shout, the 7 fireballs shot out one after another. Nangong Huang was not to be outdone either. His eyes glowed with divine yin-yang light as he injected sword qi into his eyes, forcing 2 Sky Prides to retreat. Divine Rain of Light. Watch out for my sword formation. The divine light energy and the ever-changing water and fire yin-yang sword formation exploded at the same time, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The battle strength of the 5 from the Black Heaven sect shocked the entire audience in the arena. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle. Time passed. In less than half an hour, Blood Moon ancient towns under the blood-colored moonlight. Lan Yu, Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, Jun Yi, and Jean Fian were riddled with wounds, but they still stood tall. The murderous aura around their bodies was breathtaking, as if they were 5 invincible gods of war. Around the 5 of them, the Sky Prides from the other 5 orthodoxies were already lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The Black Heaven sect had won a 1 versus 5 battle. In the arena, when the spectators saw this scene and looked at the 5 people who were standing tall, they only felt their hearts surging, and it was difficult for them to control themselves. When the 5 of them walked out of the Blood Moon ancient towns and were transported back to the Blood Moon ancient towns, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Black Heaven sect, Black Heaven sect, Black Heaven sect. At this moment, even though Lan Yu and the others were injured, they were still dazzling in the eyes of the audience. This was the respect and yearning for the strong. Faced with the cheers of the audience, Lan Yu looked fine. Apart from looking a little tired, there were no obvious emotional changes. The others were different. They opened their arms and enjoyed the cheers of the audience, accepting the glory that belonged to them, especially Jean Fian, who was waving and blowing kisses to the audience. She was extremely excited. At this moment, the 12th prefect slowly stood up and gulped. He said with a trembling voice, "Group Delta's 4th round has ended. The winner is Black Heaven sect. A total of 250 points. 250 points. This represented the 25 Sky Prides who lost to Lan Yu and the others. This was the highest number of points that could be obtained in the 4th round. Other than the Black Heaven sect, no one else could achieve this. This was because no other orthodoxy could force the other 5 orthodoxies to team up against them like the Black Heaven sect did. 250 points, plus the previous 235 points. That's a total of 485 points. This far exceeds the points of the other orthodoxies. The champion will definitely be the Black Heaven sect. That's right, the Black Heaven sect is invincible. This is amazing. I didn't expect such a dark horse to appear in this championship. They've left everyone else in the dust. With Chu Kuangren and these Taoists in the Black Heaven sect, I can't imagine how strong the Black Heaven sect will be in the future. Chapter 301. In the 4th segment, the 5 representatives of the Black Heaven sect had defeated all 5 orthodoxies. That feat had caused a huge uproar among the audience. While everyone was chanting the Black Heaven sect's name, Chu Kuangren went up to them and cast the spring breeze healing technique on them without saying a word. The gentle spring breeze quickly healed the injuries on their bodies. Very soon, their exhausted bodies were as good as new. This technique made everyone's heart palpitate. They did not know how many more tricks Chu Kuangren had hidden up his sleeves. The person before them was just too unpredictable. Now, would you like to sign an IOU? Chu Kuangren looked at the Linghu clan head and the others. Jun Yi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Sect leader, did you make another bet with him? That's right. The Linghu clan head and the others were too enthusiastic. They fought to give me soul stones, so I had no choice but to accept them. Chu Kuangren laughed. Everyone was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, they could not do anything about it. How much did you win this time? Jun, he asked expectantly. Let me see. The Linghu clan head and I bet 100 million. The Sky Palace Lord 500 million. The Thunder Falcon tribe 300 million. And the Overlord Sage tribe 300 million. That's a total of 1.2 billion top-tier soul stones, Chu Kuangren said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The previous 4.5 billion and the current 1.2 billion would add up to 5.7 billion top-tier soul stones. Even for a sage orthodoxy, that was a terrifying number. 5.7 billion top-tier soul stones. I'm afraid the total value of all the prizes in the championship is only 2 to 300 million top-tier soul stones. Sect leader, you've won 5.7 billion in one bet. That's terrifying. Nangong Huang gulped and said. In the history of the Black Heaven sect, no sect leader had ever achieved such a feat. Not only is the sect leader the youngest in the history of the Black Heaven sect, but he's also the best at making money. That's amazing. Jun Yi was amazed, and her eyes were filled with admiration. Then, the Linghu clan head and the others signed another IOU under Chu Kuangren's domineering aura. This time, not only them, but even the sages behind them were trembling in pain. Everyone, if you want to bet again, feel free to look for me. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard that. Next time? Just these 2 times had already greatly damaged their vitality. If there was a third time, they would probably have to pay for the loss of their orthodoxy's base. Everyone, the group stage is over. Next up will be the semi-finals, which will be held in 2 days. The 4 orthodoxies participating in the semi-finals are the Overlord Sage tribe from Group A, the Tempest Mountain from Group B, the Sky Emperor Palace from Group C, and the Black Heaven sect from Group D. The 12th prefect's voice came from the judge's booth. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren chuckled and said, "This is bad. It seems like these 3 orthodoxies are not very friendly towards our Black Heaven sect. Don't tell me they're going to join forces against us again? How scary." Although he said that, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. Or rather, it was mockery. Indeed, the Overlord Sage tribe, Sky Emperor Palace, and Tempest Mountain did not have a good relationship with the Black Heaven sect. Tempest Mountain was one of the best sword orthodoxies in Firmament Star, so there was no lack of friction between them. Chu Kuangren had forced the Overlord Sage tribe's Grey Grill Sage to sever his own arm, and the young Emperor Chang Tian was even taught a lesson by Chu Kuangren in front of everyone. As for the Sky Emperor Palace, they did not have a grudge against them. However, after 2 bets, even if they did not have a grudge against them, they would be forced to do so. The other orthodoxies had lost 1 or 200 million soul stones, but the Sky Emperor Palace had lost 1.5 billion soul stones and 2 sage weapons. On top of that, all of their cultivation techniques were unconditionally available to Chu Kuangren. However, who could they blame for that? It was their fault for coveting the godly phoenix. Chu Kuangren, I'll see you in the semi-finals. The Overlord Sage tribe leader snorted before he turned around and left. The Tempest Mountain sect leader and the Sky Emperor Palace Lord also gave Chu Kuangren a meaningful look before they left with their respective sky prides. The championship entered the preparation stage of the semi-finals. The names of the 4 orthodoxies that were participating in the semi-finals had also spread throughout the first city, especially the Black Heaven sect, who was known by everyone. Currently, in the streets and alleys of the first city, cultivators of all sizes were discussing the Black Heaven sect's impressive performance in the championship. Lan Yu, Nangong Huang, and the other names were even more well-known. On this day, Lan Yu came out of her cultivation state. She sensed the power within her body and murmured, "I can't believe that the continuous battles have pushed me to the threshold of a late-stage honorable." At this point, she was only 1 step away from becoming a late-stage honorable. After that, she would be able to become an honorable. With her talent and Chu Kuangren's years of training, she would probably be able to compete with a boundary sage once she became an honorable. Except for Lanyu. Nangong Huang and the others had more or less gained some benefits from their battles with the other Sky Prides. Other things aside, their Taoist core alone was enough to keep them in a state of vigorous improvement in their cultivation from now on. 2 days passed. Soon it was over. The familiar entrance, the familiar cheers. After 2 days, Chu Kuangren and the others returned to the arena. Sect leader, look, the 13th prefect is back. At that moment, Jun Yi pointed at the judge's booth and said. Chu Kuangren looked over. At the judge's booth, the 13th prefect, who had left in anger after losing 100 million soul stones to Chu Kuangren, was once again sitting at the judge's booth. Ignore him, Chu Kuangren said. All right. Chu Kuangren looked around him again. He realized that other than the orthodoxies who were participating in the semifinals, the other orthodoxies were there too. They probably wanted to watch the entire championship before leaving. At the judge's booth, the 13th prefect stood up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semifinals of the Sky Pride Championship. Before the semifinals begin, I'd like to clarify a few things. Based on the discussions between us and the judges over the past 2 days, we've added 2 more points to the original rules. First, the point system will be abolished. The winner will no longer be determined by the number of points earned. From now on, all orthodoxies' points will be invalid. At that, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone could tell who this rule was aimed at. It was the Black Heaven sect, which had the highest points among the orthodoxies. F*CK what kind of rule is this? They worked so hard to earn their points. Why should it be abolished? This is so unfair. Sigh, the organizers can't do anything about it. Who would have thought that the Black Heaven sect could earn so many points? If they don't abolish this rule, there's no way to compete at all. They could have just given the championship to the Black Heaven sect. That's true. The Overlord Sage Tribe, Tempest Mountain, and Sky Emperor Palace had no objections to the abolition of the point system. In fact, they were all in favor of it. Otherwise, they would not be able to compete with the Black Heaven sect in terms of points. It's fine to abolish the point system. I think it's meaningless to win too easily anyway. However, if you just abolish the points we worked so hard for, it'll be hard to explain without some compensation, right? Chu Kuangren said to the 13th prefect. Of course. As compensation, the Black Heaven sect with the highest points will have the right to choose their opponent in the semifinals, the 13th prefect said. In other words, I can choose any orthodoxy to be my opponent, right? That's right. This compensation is as good as nothing. Chu Kuangren sneered before he swept his gaze across the 3 orthodoxies of the Overlord Sage Tribe. Let's pick the Overlord Sage Tribe then. Chu Kuangren did not have any intention to target them. He just randomly picked one. Chapter 302. Oh, just as well. My Overlord Sage Tribe will not let you get past the semifinals, the Overlord Sage Tribe leader said after glancing at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren yawned. I've heard too many harsh words. It's better for you to prove your strength with your actions. There's one more thing. At this moment, the 13th prefect continued. For the sake of fairness, all medicinal pills are prohibited in this competition. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren's gaze turned cold. First, you're going to abolish the point system. Then you're going to ban the use of medicinal pills. Do you want my Black Heaven sect disciples to tie up their hands and feet to compete with you? Please don't be angry, sect leader Chu. This is all for the sake of fairness in the competition. After all, the Black Heaven sect's pills are really against the rules for the other participants, the 13th prefect said calmly. Sect leader, even without the pills, we can still win this competition. Just you wait, Morong Xian said with determination. That's right. There's no meaning in winning too easily. Nangong Huang added. They had long decided to bring the champion of the championship back to the Black Heaven sect as a token of gratitude to Chu Kuangren. Therefore, no matter what difficulties they encountered, they would not retreat. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath, glanced at the 13th prefect, and said, "You guys are the judges. Whatever you say goes." He chose to respect the decisions of Nangong Huang and the rest. If there are no objections, then let the competition begin. This semi-final will be a best-of-3 system. Each side will send out 3 people, and whoever wins 2 matches first will advance to the finals. The 13th prefect said. The rules of the competition were very simple. Very soon, the semi-finals began. "Sec leader, let me go first." Nangong Huang twisted his neck and said eagerly, "All right." Chu Kuangren agreed. On the arena, Nangong Huang's opponent was the Overlord Sage, tribe's bachelor sage. Chu Kuangren was quite familiar with that person. It was the Holy Sun Chang Yuan whom he had met on the street that day. The Eye of Revelation opened. Chu Kuangren analyzed the strength of both sides. "Yo, Nangong Huang's winning rate is as high as 80%. He smiled. It seemed that this so-called Holy Sun Chang Yuan was also a rookie. "Come." Nangong Huang took out his long sword and hooked his finger at Holy Sun Chang Yuan. "Humph, arrogant." Holy Sun Chang Yuan roared, and a black, violent airflow suddenly burst out from the surface of his body. This was the Overlord physique unique to the Overlord physique clan. The Overlord physique was one of the 3,000 physiques. Although it was not comparable to the top-notch Taoist physique, the probability of it appearing in the Overlord Sage tribe was very high. Almost every Sky Pride could obtain the Overlord physique. This was a very terrifying thing, and it was also the main reason why the Overlord Sage tribe could dominate the Black Warrior domain. Brilliant heaven-shaking fist. Holy Sun Chang Yuan knew that Nangong Huang's strength was extraordinary, so he immediately used one of the most powerful sage techniques in his clan. He threw a punch, and a violent strength chi formed a torrent, wrapped in Taoist rhymes, wind and sand, like a black tornado, blasted towards Nangong Huang. In the face of such a powerful attack, Nangong Huang did not panic. Instead, Yin-Yang Divine Light circulated in his eyes. The power of Yin-Yang God Eye was activated. Yin-Yang Divine Light, Ocean Wave Sword Art. A surge of Yin-Yang Divine Light and endless Taoist rhymes merged with his sword chi, and the surging sword chi gushed out like a tide. In the face of such power, Holy Sun Chang Yuan Sage technique was obviously inferior. At the moment of impact, his fist force could not advance any further. Instead, it was continuously pushed back by the impact of the sword chi. How is this possible? Holy Sun Chang Yuan's expression changed drastically. However, after the power of the sword chi broke through the fist force, it was already right in front of him. He quickly activated the Overlord Physique's ability, and spiritual energy mixed with the unique black aura of the Overlord Physique formed a black-golden barrier in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi kept hitting the barrier. The barrier let out a cracking sound, and in less than 2 breaths' time, cracks appeared on it before it finally shattered. Holy Sun Chang Yuan was blasted back dozens of feet by the impact of the sword chi. Although he was not seriously injured, he was still in a rather sorry state. More importantly, Nangong Huang followed up with another attack. Even though he had the upper hand, he did not hold back and used all his strength. There was already a gap between their cultivation levels. In addition, Nangong Huang had read about Holy Sun Chang Yuan before, so he knew his opponent's moves and weaknesses like the back of his hand. There was almost no suspense in this battle. Bang! With a slash of the sword, Holy Sun Chang Yuan was blasted away and smashed into the wall of the arena. Even though he had the Overlord physique and had a strong physical body, he was already riddled with scars from Nangong Huang's continuous attacks. He fell to the ground and tried to prop himself up, but in the end, he could only lie on the ground unwillingly and could no longer stand up. Nangong Huang had won this battle. Damn it! The Overlord tribe leader was so angry that he punched the wall of the spectator stand. More than half of the wall of the spectator stand was directly smashed by him. He said with a gloomy expression, "How could this be? Chang Yuan's strength is second only to Chang Tian. How could he be defeated so quickly? That Nangong Huang seems to have seen through Chang Yuan's moves. What's going on? The Overlord Sage tribe's various cultivation techniques were all kept secret, and Chang Yuan cultivated the most top-notch sage technique in the tribe. Even the Overlord Sage tribe, not many people knew that technique. How did Nangong Huang know his opponent's moves and weaknesses? This Black Heaven sect is just too strange. The sect leaders and sky prides of the orthodoxies could not help but mutter. They had also noticed the strangeness of this battle, and when they thought about how Chu Kuangren could easily see through Li Yin's flaws, a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into their minds. Could it be that Chu Kuangren could see through their cultivation techniques and flaws? Wasn't this ability a little too overpowered? The crowd shook their heads and quickly threw that ridiculous thought to the back of their minds. However, they were even more afraid of Chu Kuangren now. The semifinals continued. Due to Chang Yuan's defeat, the Overlord Sage tribe would not be able to advance to the finals if they lost another round. Hence, they immediately sent out their strongest cultivator, Chang Tian. Looking at young Emperor Chang Tian in the arena, Lan Yu, who was beside Chu Kuangren, had a stern look in her eyes. "Master, let me fight this round." "All right." Chu Kuangren nodded. Lan Yu leaped down from the skybox, and with a flash of white light, a gorgeous silver-white armor had already covered her body. An incredibly cold, holy aura emanated and turned into a majestic, domineering aura that crushed towards Chang Tian. "Umph, young Emperor Lan Yu, I've always wanted to fight you." Chang Tian snorted coldly as a purple palm chi circled around his body. An overbearing Taoist rhyme emanated and fought against Lan Yu's domineering aura. It was the Overlord Sage tribe's rare, purple-blooded Overlord physique, which was also one of the top 30 supreme Taoist physiques among the 3,000 physiques. "Let's fight." Without another word, Chang Tian attacked with all his might. Purple sword chi condensed on his fist, and a peerlessly domineering Taoist rhyme filled the air. As he threw a punch, a purple fist seal appeared out of thin air and charged towards Lan Yu with an unstoppable force. Lan Yu remained calm in the face of that attack. She gently tapped the scepter in her hand on the ground, and a white barrier appeared. Chapter 303. Boom! Chang Tian's fist energy landed on the white barrier in front of Lan Yu. With a loud bang, Lan Yu was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The violent shock wave swept in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust and obscuring everyone's vision. Chang Tian smirked. "Even an honorable supreme wouldn't feel good after taking my attack. This is the power of the purple-blooded overlord body. Lan Yu, you're going to lose this battle for sure. I'm the strongest young emperor in the world." Everyone was shocked by Chang Tian's combat strength. They did not expect Lan Yu, who had been so strong all this while, to be sent flying by a single punch. As expected of the strongest young emperor. Impressive. Yeah, Chang Tian's performance in the championship was also very dazzling. He has never lost a single battle, so he might really be stronger than Lan Yu. As the crowd discussed among themselves, the dust settled. Lan Yu stood there, patted the dust off her armor, and said calmly, "The strongest young emperor in the world? You can't even take a single slap from Master, yet you dare to spout nonsense here. Where do you get your confidence from?" Although Chang Tian had shattered the white barrier with a single punch, she was unscathed. Her armor was still shiny and beautiful. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Chang Tian's face turned extremely gloomy. The purple energy around his body began to stir, and a violent Taoist rhyme spread out with him as the center. "Provoking me will only make your defeat worse." Chang Tian growled and continued to attack. One punch after another. Each punch was ferocious and domineering. They were all top-notch sage techniques of the Overlord Sage tribe. Divine Rain of Light. Lan Yu held her scepter and unleashed her light-based Taoist rhyme. A huge white ball of light formed and shot out beams of light that resembled raindrops, colliding with Chang Tian's fist energy. The void was disturbed by the two forces, causing it to tremble. After the first round of attacks, just as Chang Tian was about to charge for the second round of attacks, Lan Yu stomped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. She raised her scepter and smashed it down. Trying to fight me in close combat. Fool! Chang Tian's charge-up was interrupted, but he did not panic. He took a step back and dodged Lan Yu's attack, which was using the scepter as a club. The scepter smashed into the ground, and the violent force instantly caused the ground to cave in. A large amount of soil and rocks were mixed with the strong wind and splashed out. Chang Tian's vision was obscured by the rocks. He then felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before he was sent flying uncontrollably. Who did you say was stupid? Lan Yu looked at the sky and said calmly. The winged humans were brave and good at fighting. Every single one of them was a natural-born warrior, and Lan Yu was one of the best. Although the Overlord tribe was also good at fighting, Chang Tian was still a level lower than Lan Yu when it came to fighting skills alone. Damn it! Chang Tian gritted his teeth. Although he had the Overlord body and Lan Yu's attack did not deal much damage to him, it had still embarrassed him. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and the purple chi force exploded, turning into a giant palm that descended from the sky towards Lan Yu. Firmament God Palm. Lan Yu was locked on by the palm's Taoist rhyme, so she could not dodge it. She raised the scepter in her hand to the sky, and a majestic light-based Taoist rhyme exploded, blocking the palm attack. Brilliant heaven-shaking fist. Chang Tian's Taoist rhyme exploded again as he threw a punch. Lan Yu held the scepter in one hand to block the palm attack, and with the other, she gathered the spiritual energy in her body and turned it into a white fireball to block the fist force. Several bursts of energy exploded at the same time, and the entire arena shook violently as a violent energy storm filled the void. The battle between Lan Yu and Chang Tian was still going on. Both of them could be said to be the strongest young emperors in the world. They both possessed the primordial emperor's essence and supreme Taoist physique. Their battle was so intense that it was as if two top-notch honorable supremes were fighting each other. Every move they made and every technique they used had the power to shake mountains and rivers, and it was extremely terrifying. Everyone's eyes were glued to this battle. Sand and rocks were swirling in the wind, and the void was shaking. The vast holy Taoist rhyme and the violent Overlord body's Taoist rhyme clashed fiercely. I'm the strongest young emperor. You shall be defeated. Chang Tian roared as he threw a punch. He had pushed his purple-blooded Overlord body to its limit, and rays of purple energy surrounded his body to form a gigantic palm that pushed forward. The palm seemed to hold the mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon, and it was extremely terrifying. Purple-blooded Overlord body's transformation, Heaven's Grasp. Lan Yu's body emitted an endless divine radiance as she faced the Taoist physique transformation before her. She also activated her Taoist physique transformation to fight against it. The endless radiance and the gigantic palm collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The collision of the two Taoist transformations formed a storm that spread out, and the spectators felt as if they were about to be blown away. What a powerful force! Is this the scene of a battle between supreme Taoist physiques? In the spectators' stands, the Sky Prides had their eyes glued to the battle. In the Sky Emperor Palace's direction, Sky Pride Chang Ao watched the battle with a serious expression. No matter who these two are, their combat strength is no weaker than mine. They are formidable opponents. At the Black Heaven Sect. Sect leader, Lan Yu looks like she's having a hard time. Murong Xian said with a frown. Don't worry, Lan Yu will definitely win this battle. Mysterious Taoist runes flickered in the depths of Chu Kuangren's eyes as he quickly analyzed Lan Yu's chances of winning this battle. 71%. Lan Yu had more than a 70% chance of winning this battle. Moreover, Lanya had already figured out Chang Tian's weakness. This battle was settled. Judgment of Light. Lanyu grabbed the void with her bare hands, and a large amount of light gathered in her palm, forming a dazzling divine spear. The divine spear shot out. It streaked across the sky and headed straight for Chang Tian. Brilliant heaven-shaking fist. Chang Tian pushed his purple-blooded overlord body to its limit and unleashed a punch. An extremely violent aura gushed out like a torrent and turned into a giant fist. Under the enhancement of the transformations, both of their combat strengths were greatly boosted. They were extremely terrifying and powerful. The divine spear and the fist followed one after another, and their chi surged out like a hurricane. White and purple chi surged out in all directions. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the huge fist seal. The crack expanded and gradually covered the entire fist seal. Then, the white divine spear pierced through the fist and into Chang Tian's chest. The huge force sent him flying and pinned him onto the wall of the arena. The crowd could not help but gasp. F***CK me. That hurts. This move is too cruel. Chang Tian could not help but roar as he was pinned to the wall by the divine spear. Ah, Lanyu, I'm going to kill you. Chang Tian had awakened his purple-blooded overlord body at birth and had experienced thousands of battles. However, he had never been in such a sorry state, pinned to the wall in front of millions of spectators. Even Chu Kuangren had not done this before. He tried his best to pull the divine spear out, but the light-based Taoist rhyme on it was destroying his meridians and body, making it difficult for him to channel his spiritual power. No matter what he did, he could not move the divine spear at all. The strongest young emperor? What a joke. Lanyu walked up to Chang Tian and said, Chapter 304. We admit defeat in this battle. Seeing that Chang Tian was pinned to the wall and that his life would be in danger if he was not treated in time, the Overlord tribe leader could no longer sit still. The competition could be lost, but the heavens could not die. That was the only supreme Taoist physique in the Overlord Sage tribe. The Overlord tribe leader appeared in the arena with a whoosh. He pulled the divine spear out of Chang Tian's body and glared at Lanyu. Lanyu was fearless. Given her current battle prowess, even a veteran honorable supreme like the Overlord tribe leader might not be able to defeat her if quasi-sages and sages did not make a move. Winner, Lanyu from Black Heaven Sect. The 13th prefect said. Black Heaven Sect had advanced to the finals. Before this, the Black Heaven Sect had never been defeated. Their dazzling results shocked everyone in the audience. Next was the semi-finals between Sky Emperor Palace and Tempest Mountain. Chu Kuangren and the others watched for a while. In the end, the Sky Emperor Palace was the winner of this match. It's confirmed, our final opponent is the Sky Emperor Palace. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He looked in the direction of the Sky Emperor Palace Lord and saw the cold look in his eyes. Black Heaven Sect, I'm looking forward to the finals tomorrow. I think the results will disappoint you. Looks like you guys have victory in your hands. To be honest, I really don't think that the Sky Emperor Palace's geniuses could defeat us. Chu Kuangren glanced at the Sky Prides in the opposing camp. Their overall strength was about the same as the Overlord Sage tribe. The Black Heaven Sect had a very high chance of winning. Then let's wait and see. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord snorted lightly and left. That night, in the sky above First City, there was a lake on a floating island. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake. A middle-aged man dressed in black sat in the pavilion with an indifferent expression. In front of him were drinks and snacks, as if he was waiting for someone. After a while, ripples appeared in the void. A man slowly walked over, stepping on the moonlight. The man's face was tough, and his every move exuded a sense of nobility. Heavenly King Zhang of the Sky Emperor Palace. I wonder what business you have with me? The black-robed man within the pavilion smiled faintly. Heavenly King was an honorific title for saints in the Sky Emperor Palace. Heavenly King Zhang was the sage of the Sky Emperor Palace. As for the others, They generally referred to him as Heavenly King Sage Zhang. Third prefect, you should be aware of the progress of the championship. The 11th prefect and the others are in charge of this matter. It has nothing to do with me. The man in black, who is the third prefect, smiled faintly. You're the first city saint, and you're ranked third among the 13 prefects. You hold an esteemed position, and while the first prefect is in closed-door cultivation and the second prefect isn't around, you're in charge of the first city. You're much more useful than the 13 prefects, said Heavenly Emperor Zhang. Sit. The third prefect gestured with his hand. Heavenly Emperor Sage Zhang sat in front of him and said indifferently, I'm here today for one thing only. My Heavenly Emperor Palace has to win. The Sky Emperor Palace's opponent is the Black Heaven sect, right? Those few brats are indeed extraordinary. It won't be easy for the Sky Emperor Palace to win, but isn't it normal to win and lose in a competition? I said, the Sky Emperor Palace wants to win. Heavenly King Sage Zhang said resolutely. So you're asking me to cheat for you? This will damage the first city's reputation, said the third prefect. As far as I know, the third prefect isn't someone who values reputation, as long as there's profit to be had. This was also the reason why Heavenly Emperor Sage Zhang came looking for the third prefect. If the first city was in the hands of the second prefect, or the first prefect, he would not have come. Unfortunately, the first prefect was in closed-door cultivation and the second prefect was out traveling. The first city was now in the hands of the third prefect. What kind of profit? I heard that the third prefect has been searching for the ethereal rapture all these years. You know clues about the ethereal rapture? The third prefect's eyes lit up. Indeed, the ethereal rapture is one of the unknown lands. Not many people know its exact location. How did the Sky Emperor Palace find out? Although the unknown lands are hidden from the world, they're not completely cut off from the outside world. Every once in a while, the unknown lands will send their young disciples out into the world. The world calls them Empyrean Walkers. According to the ancient records, one of the ancestors of the Sky Emperor Palace was fortunate enough to be acquainted with an Empyrean Walker from the ethereal rapture. He even told the Sky Emperor Palace the exact location of the ethereal rapture. Heavenly Emperor Sage Zhang said slowly. The third prefect could not help but fall into deep thought after listening to him. He was tempted. For some reason, he had been searching for the ethereal rapture all these years. However, as an unknown land, even a sage like him could not find it that easily. He had not found anything even after so long. Now that the clues about the ethereal rapture were right in front of him, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. I'll find a way for the Sky Emperor Palace to win tomorrow's competition. I hope Sage Zhang can tell me how to get to the ethereal rapture. Of course, but I'm a little curious. Why are you so obsessed with the ethereal rapture, third prefect? Heavenly Emperor Sage Zhang asked. That's my personal matter, so I won't tell you, Sage Zhang. However, I didn't expect the Black Heaven sect to put so much pressure on the Sky Emperor Palace that Sage Zhang would come looking for me, the third prefect said. Chu Kuangren has won 5 billion top-tier soul stones and 2 sage weapons from the Sky Emperor Palace. On top of that, the Sky Emperor Palace wants to open up all of our cultivation techniques to him. Do you think I can take this line down? Heavenly Emperor Sage Zhang said coldly. As if sensing the third prefect's emotions, ripples began to form on the surface of the lake. One by one, the fishes could not withstand the sage's aura, so they died and floated to the surface. Chu Kuangren is indeed terrifying. In the past 150,000 years, it's hard to find another sky pride that can be mentioned in the same breath as him. At the mention of Chu Kuangren, even a sage like the third prefect could not help but exclaim. To be honest, if the Sky Emperor Palace had not offered the clues about the ethereal rapture in exchange, he would not want to offend Chu Kuangren. The next day, the final match of the championship. Countless people were looking forward to the match between the Black Heaven sect and the Sky Emperor Palace. Wow, there's a lot more spectators than a few days ago. When Chu Kuangren and the others walked into the arena, they could not help but exclaim. At this time, the arena was packed with people. The number of people had increased by a large margin compared to when they first arrived. It was obvious that everyone was very interested in the final match. Some of the people who had not watched the first few rounds of the championship came to watch. Everyone, let's cut to the chase. Let's begin the final round of the championship. It's still the best of 3. However, the venue this time will be the Thousand Mammoth Secret Realm. The 13th prefect waved his hand, and a circle of light and dozens of light screens suddenly appeared on the arena. Some of the light screens were of deserts, some were caves, and some were even murky swamps. The Thousand Mammoth Secret Realm is divided into dozens of different scenes. The contestants will be sent to these scenes to fight until one side admits defeat or is unable to fight anymore. The final winner will be the champion of this championship. All the prizes sponsored by the Sage Orthodoxies will be won by the winner. Now, let the competition begin. Chapter 305. Why did they have to use such a huge arena instead of the 10,000 Secret Realm? What the hell are they trying to do? Chu Kuangren frowned. Chu Kuangren, it's already a miracle that the Black Heaven sect managed to come this far. However, we shall be the champion today. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord said to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. The Overlord Sage Tribe leader said the same thing before, but his young emperor ended up pinned to the wall. Let's wait and see then. The Sky Emperor Palace Lord was not angry. He smiled faintly, looking as if victory was already in his grasp, as if he had something to rely on. I think there's something fishy about this finals. Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin as he scanned the Sky Emperor Palace's Sky Prides. He activated his Eye of Revelation. These Sky Prides did not change much. Their strengths were still the same. Compared to Nangong Huang and the others, Nangong Huang and the others still had a higher chance of winning. Where did the Sky Emperor Palace Lord get his confidence from? At that thought, Chu Kuangren looked at the judges. Did they bribe the judges? No way. Are these sage orthodoxies that shameless? Besides, even if they did, can they still distort the truth in front of everyone? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. While he was deep in thought, the matches had already begun. The Sky Emperor Palace's first representative was Jing Yin. Sect leader, let me go first. Jun Yi smiled. She had witnessed Jing Yin's strength in the previous matches, so she was confident that she could defeat her. Chu Kuangren compared the information of both parties. If it was a one-on-one battle, Jun Yi's chances of winning were more than 80%. After some thought, he agreed. Be careful. All right. Jun Yi nodded and walked into the arena. She and Jing Yin looked at each other and walked into the circle of light together. When they reappeared, they were already in a spacious underground cave. Dim candlelight flickered around them. Jun Yi looked around and found that the stone walls of the cave contained some kind of strange material, like some kind of ore. Could this be a mineral vein? Jun Yi thought to herself. At that moment, a palm chi came whistling from behind her. A sword appeared in Jun Yi's hand, and with a backhand slash, a water blue sword chi disintegrated the palm chi, and she used the momentum to retreat several dozen feet. Opposite her, Jing Yin, who was dressed in red, was staring at her. Her entire body was circulating with a surging Taoist rhyme as she raised her hand and launched another palm attack. Is this the Sky Emperor Palace's Saint Technique, 6 combined palms? Jun Yi recognized this palm technique and counterattacked with her sword. The long sword danced, and the aqua-blue sword light seemed to transform into endless waves. It was the Saint Technique, title sword technique. She cultivated the water-based sword principle, so this set of sword techniques was very compatible with her. The power she displayed was even stronger than Nangong Huang's. The unceasing sword energy disintegrated the palm energy. Jing Yin's expression changed abruptly as she could not help but be slammed into the stone wall by the sword energy. Such powerful sword chi. Jing Yin was secretly shocked. If you don't want to suffer, then admit defeat. Jun, he said lightly. Admit defeat? How is that possible? Jing Yin took out a guqin. I'll let you witness the power of the Sky Emperor Palace's #1 guqin technique, the Honorable Emperor Tune. The moment she took out the guqin, Jun Yi immediately attacked. Sword energy surrounded her like a tsunami. Jing Yin's expression changed as she played with all 10 of her fingers. The sound of the guqin reverberated in the underground cave. It was vast and majestic like the arrival of an emperor, causing the entire underground cave to shake. The violent sound of the guqin shattered the sword energy around Jun Yi and pushed her back in an instant. The hand that was holding the sword was trembling slightly. How was this possible? Jun Yi could not believe it. She had seen Jing Yin's guqin music in the competition before, but the power of her guqin music was far from this level. How did it suddenly become so much stronger? Even Jing Yin herself could not believe it, let alone Jun Yi. What's going on? Wait a minute. Jing Yin suddenly noticed something. She looked at the surrounding mountain walls and said in surprise, "This is a mine, and the ore here is an echo stone." The echo stone, as its name suggested, was a stone that could produce echoes. 1 or 2 echo stones would not enhance the power of the guqin music. But now, there was an entire echo mineral vein here. Jing Yin's guqin music could be greatly enhanced here. It would be a piece of cake for her to deal with an honorable supreme here. The heavens are on my side. Jing Yin thought that she was lucky that the competition was held here. She quickly plucked the strings of the guqin excitedly. The sound of the guqin reverberated wildly in the entire echo stone vein. With the support of the stone vein, the sound would not stop for a long time, and its power would multiply. Boom, boom. Wave after wave of guqin music crashed into Jun Yi like a tidal wave. Even though Jun Yi tried her best to block it and activate her sword energy, it was still not enough in the face of the power that was supported by the geographical advantage. Soon, Jun Yi was severely injured. She gripped her long sword tightly and activated her spiritual energy to resist the guqin music. She forced her body to move and attack, but her consciousness was beginning to blur under the interference of the guqin music. In the arena, on the viewing platform, a surge of raging Taoist rhymes swept out. Chu Kuangren's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the judges. I need an explanation. Why is there an echo stone vein in the competition venue? Under Chu Kuangren's domineering aura, the 13th prefect felt his legs turn to jelly. He bit the bullet and said, "The 10,000 secret realm contains many locations, and the competition venue is randomly selected from these locations. Are you trying to tell me that we're just unlucky that we randomly picked this echo stone vein in the competition?" Chu Kuangren said coldly. Sect Leader Chu, please calm down. You can't blame the judges just because you're unlucky, can you? The Sky Emperor Palace Lord chuckled. Sky Emperor Palace Lord, you should know better than me whether it's really luck or not. Chu Kuangren suppressed his anger and said, Sect Leader, this is bad. Jun, he can't hold on any longer. Murong Xian said in a serious tone. Under the influence of the guqin music, Jun Yi, who was in the mine, had already started to bleed from all 7 orifices. Even so, she still did not collapse. However, everyone could tell that she could not win. We admit defeat for this match, Chu Kuangren said coldly to the 13th prefect. He could not risk Jun Yi's life for a mere competition. The competition will only end if the contestant personally surrenders, or if it's confirmed that she has lost consciousness and no longer has the ability to resist. Otherwise, even Sect Leader Chu has no right to stop the competition. The 13th prefect said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had lost so many soul stones to Chu Kuangren, so it was only natural that he held a grudge against Chu Kuangren. Now that he saw Chu Kuangren being defeated, he was secretly pleased. Buzz! A sword chi slashed across the 13th prefect's body, splitting the judge's booth into 2. The 13th prefect, who was secretly pleased with himself, was so shocked by the sudden sword chi that he fell to the ground. A chill ran down his spine and quickly engulfed his entire body. It was as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Don't force me to tear down the first city. Chu Kuangren's gaze was as cold as a sword as he stared at the 13th prefect. This time, the 13th prefect did not dare to say anything more. He hurriedly opened the light barrier and sent both Jing Yin and Jun Yi back to the arena. Chapter 306. Both Jun Yi and Jing Yin were teleported back to the arena. Chu Kuangren immediately went to Jun Yi and saw that she was bleeding from her 7 orifices and was in a daze. He glared coldly at Jing Yin, causing her to tremble in fear. She could not help but crumple to the ground. This is a competition. What are you trying to do? Chu Kuangren ignored her and immediately cast the spring breeze healing technique to heal Jun Yi's body. Sect leader, I'm sorry. Jun Yi murmured under Chu Kuangren's support. Eventually, she could not hold on any longer and fainted. The spring breeze healing technique could heal physical injuries, but not only did the Guqin music damage the body, it also greatly affected the mind. In this regard, the spring breeze healing technique was not very effective. Chu Kuangren held onto Jun Yi. Although she had already fainted, he still said, "You've done well." Sect leader, how's Jun Yi? Murong Xian, Jin Fian, and the others gathered around. She just fainted. It's nothing serious. Fian, bring her back to rest. Chu Kuangren handed Jun Yi over to Jin Fian. The spectators around them were in a heated discussion. Did the Black Heaven sect lose? I can't believe the Black Heaven sect lost. This is the first time this has happened since the beginning of the competition. The Sky Emperor Palace, sure, is powerful. It's not really a loss. It's just bad luck for the Black Heaven sect to draw that kind of setting as the venue. The Linghu clan and the Thunder Falcon tribe were watching the battle too. They could not help but laugh when they saw the Black Heaven sect lose. The people from the Black Heaven sect have finally lost. How delightful. Yeah, let them be happy. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days, and people don't have 1,000 days of happiness. I knew the Black Heaven sect wouldn't be able to keep winning like this. Sect leader Chu, we can move on to the next round, the Sky Emperor Palace Lord said with a proud smile. Let's continue, Chu Kuangren said. Chang Ao, it's your turn for the next round. Chang Ao was the Sky Emperor Palace's young emperor. He was also the most outstanding sky pride of the Sky Emperor Palace's younger generation, and his strength was not any weaker than Chang Ao. It seemed that the Sky Emperor Palace did not plan to give the Black Heaven sect any chance to turn the tables. They wanted to win 2 rounds in a row. Master, we can't afford to lose the next round. I'll go, Wan Yu calmly said. 2 out of 3 matches. If they lost another match, they would not be able to win the championship. Yes. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. He was quite confident in Lan Yu's abilities. Lan Yu and Chang Ao walked into the circle of light. This time, the 2 of them appeared in a swamp surrounded by thick miasma. Not only that, but the miasma also contained an extremely evil and unsettling dark aura. As if it had sensed Lan Yu's holy radiant body, the dark energy began to fluctuate violently like oil being poured on a raging fire. The dark energy surged wildly towards Lan Yu, who was out of place, as if it was trying to drive her away. Chang Ao's Taoist rhyme accompanied the attack of the dark qi. It was a surging and overbearing aura. It was somewhat similar to the Taoist rhyme of the Overlord clan, but it was more majestic, just like a high and mighty emperor. Lan Yu frowned as she pushed the holy radiant body to its limit. Her Taoist physique transformed into thousands of rays of light that surged in all directions. Chang Ao's Taoist rhyme was actually forced back by the dark energy. However, Lan Yu was not optimistic. The surrounding dark energy continued to corrode her, while Chang Ao watched from the side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He was not in a hurry to attack. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to exhaust Lan Yu before defeating her in one fell swoop. In the arena, Chu Kuangren laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. The people around him could not help but feel a little scared when they heard his laughter. It was daytime and the sun was shining brightly, but everyone felt that the air around them was as cold as ice, giving them goosebumps. What a random move. First it was the Echo mineral vein, then this swamp with dark energy. If it's not strengthening the Sky Emperor Palace's disciples, it's weakening the Black Heaven sect's disciples. What a random move. Chu Kuangren's words became colder and colder. Even so, he still sat on the spot without moving. However, the 13th prefect felt that it would be better if he was as angry as before. Now, the calmer and more composed his opponent was, the more uneasy the 13th prefect felt. It was like the calm before the storm. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, the situation was already turbulent and unpredictable. Inside the swamp of the Thousand Secret Realm, Lan Yu was in a tough battle. Chang Ao's strength was not stronger than Chang Tian's, but with the suppression of the dark energy around them, Lan Yu could not unleash her full strength and was at a disadvantage. This is troublesome. Lan Yu frowned. If this went on, she would be exhausted by the dark energy around her before she could be defeated by Chang Ao. At that thought, Lan Yu's spiritual power was pushed to its limit, and an endless divine radiance erupted. Holy blaze! White flames erupted and ignited the dark energy. A large amount of dark energy was burned away by the holy blaze, and a thick miasma thinned out. Seeing this, Chang Ao's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect you to use so much spiritual power to dispel the dark qi, but the dark qi here is endless, and it will soon gather again. What you're doing is just a waste of effort. As long as I can defeat you before the dark energy gathers again, I'll be fine, Lan Yu said. Oh, how much spiritual power do you have left? How dare you say something like that? Chang Ao sneered. It's enough. Lan Yu said no more and attacked Chang Ao with all her might. Holy blaze, divine rain of light, immovable luminous fist, all sorts of skills were at her fingertips, and she only attacked without defending. Under such a strategy, Chang Ao was suppressed. He could only defend himself and had no chance to fight back. In the end, Lan Yu took the opportunity to smash the scepter of light in her hand on Chang Ao's body. A huge force erupted and blasted him into the swamp. Did I succeed? Lan Yu thought to herself. Even an honorable supreme would find it hard to defend against that attack of hers. Haha, what a pity, what a pity. At that moment, Chang Ao rushed out of the swamp. A black inner armor could be seen among his torn clothes. It was this inner armor that blocked most of the attack's power. A defensive sacred weapon. Exactly. What a pity. If it wasn't for this sacred weapon, you could have defeated me with that attack. Chang Ao laughed and threw a punch. A majestic Taoist rhyme erupted and blasted Lan Yu, who had little spiritual power left, into the swamp. There was an extremely dense dark energy there. In an instant, the dark energy surged into Lan Yu's body. With little spiritual power left, she could not resist it at all. The dark energy rampaged through her body and destroyed it. I've won this battle. The Black Heaven sect has lost. Chang Ao smiled. Just as he was waiting to be teleported out to celebrate his victory, a white light suddenly flashed in the swamp. Chang Ao's expression changed. What's going on? This dense spiritual power and Taoist rhyme. She can't possibly have this kind of power left. Boom! A wave of water splashed out from the swamp. A white spear shot out from the swamp. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.